4 stages involved in launching a ballistic missile. The first one is the boost stage. It starts at the point the missile is launched and ends after all the rocket fuel is burned and the missile is propelled into the exosphere. The next stage is the post-boost stage. It starts after all the fuel is burned and ends after the re-entry vehicle is ejected. Next is the intermediate course stage. It takes place after the re-entry vehicle is ejected and lasts until the missile enters the exosphere. Then comes the final stage. It starts when the re-entry vehicle enters the exosphere, and it lasts until it reaches its ultimate target on the ground. Missile defense systems use military satellites to detect rocket emissions during the initial boost stage of a missile. But this new nuclear weapon employs the railgun's ability to fire projectiles at ultra-high velocities instead of using a rocket. That's why it can't be detected by today's missile defense systems. And on top of that, the re-entry vehicle also uses stealth technology. It's so accurate that its 50% zone comes close to 50 meters. That's as good as the best ICBM.
A highly accurate, undetectable, uninterceptable nuclear weapon. We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from.
And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile uses a 2-stage or a 3-stage solid fuel rocket for its propulsion system. Besides costing lots of money, safely maintaining the solid rocket fuel and readying the missile for launch requires a lot of work. But a railgun-launched nuclear warhead avoids all of those problems. And it's cheap, too.
It's the perfect nuke. A general's dream.
And the world's nightmare.
Roger that. Hello and welcome everyone to the Monday stream. How we all doing? It's good to see you. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. Yep, that's right. Big red spot on my nose. I look like Rudolph. That's what I was going for, actually. That's the whole reason I was doing that. It's definitely not because I was obsessively picking at a tiny hair in my nose last night. It's nothing to do with that. This is just it's a Christmas bit that I'm doing. No, obviously this is a joke, but yeah, no, I was unfortunately obsessively trying to get a tiny hair out of my nose last night, and it just resulted in I picked it too much and it's bleeding. That's what it is. That's what happened. I don't know what to say, man. I guess it's because Red Planet didn't happen and I was bored. I was just playing a whole bunch of RimWorld and watching streams and just sat here like. The problem is I have these tiny fucking hairs on my nose, right? And normally I can use the tweezers to get them out and it's fine. But every now and then there is one, and because my hairs are so thick, like everything on the top of my head is super thin. But everything, like, you know, on my face, on my body, I just have like the thickest hairs. Like I've pulled some hairs out of my chest, and it's looked like there's been like 3 hairs in one follicle. It's that thick. I'm not boasting or anything. I'm just explaining. And sometimes because my hairs are so thick, I can really feel it. Like if I just like rub my nose like that, you know, absent-mindedly, and I'm like, oh, what's that? And I can feel it, and it's so thick, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta get that out. Yeah, so that's what happened. That's what happened. But welcome in, all my lovely chatters. It's good to see you. Valerie Valkyrie, good to see you. How are you doing? B-Rat, how are you? Prince, I have to leave early, but I'll be here for the first half. That's the best way to do it. No, it isn't. You should be here for the whole stream. I don't know what to say about that. Enjoy your evening. Middle Earth Marxist, how are you? Ninny, how are you doing? Humble brag about body hair. I mean, I'm not really that proud of my body hair. I'm not crazy about it. Lots of people say that it's very attractive that I've got like a lot of body hair, but I don't really feel it. I wish I didn't have any hair on my back. I don't know why. It makes me feel like a diseased chimpanzee. Like when I see a picture of my back, I'm like, that's disgusting. There's something wrong with that ape. Put him down. Do you know what I mean? I just don't like it. And on my front, I don't really mind it on my front too much. And this is, by the way, no offense to anyone who's got back hair, because it's just that mine grows in like a certain way, and I just really don't like it. It's like straight back hair. It's so weird. I wouldn't mind if it was curly. That would be different, but it's just not like that. So I'm not a mad fan of it. Leg hair, whatever. Arse hair, don't care. Pubes. Everyone's got pubes. I don't mind about that. The local meta is either all the body hair or zero body hair, no middle ground. Well, that's the problem with the queer community, isn't it? That's the problem. It's just absolutes. It's complete absolutes, but the problem is that nothing is an absolute and nothing works like absolutes. Yeah, so ass hair don't care is a great motto. Correct. Hello, Husker. How are you doing? Val says got bad cold. Shit, I'm sorry to hear it. I hope you're resting up. Let's get some love for Val in the chat. I hope you're staying medicated and whatnot. Finally, it's happening, chat. I'm really excited. Here's some great news. I don't know if you'll be able to see this. I don't think you will. Will that focus? Is that going to focus? This is my ginger bug. Yeah? Yeah, you can't quite see it. I promise you there's bubbles in this chat. There's little tiny bubbles. Now, it's not crazy bubbles. It's not, you know, it's not ready to pop or anything like that, but it is bubbling, and it's continuously bubbling. There's like little bubbles streaming up from the bottom all the time, which is crazy. It's working. So I'm really excited. I am going to be making my black grape fruit juice way sooner than expected. So that's really exciting. Hey Rob, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, updates from me. I'm feeling really good. I feel really good physically. I've been to the gym. I've been back to the gym. I've been working out again. As soon as I went the first day, I was like, oh damn, my posture's like a lot easier. That's why I'm all the way over here, actually, by the way, because I would have been over here last week when I was streaming, like leaning forward like this. But I'm like, no, this is how you sit. In fact, I actually do need to change. I'm gonna need to change my camera on the other screen as well. It's crazy. Can I not just do this? Can I? Surely I could just... Is that gonna be... Yeah, there you go. What about this one? That's fine. That's perfect. Great. And there's Melpo. We've got Melpo Cam. Melpo Cam all ready to go. Oh, he's popped his little head out to say hi because he knew chat was looking. He knew chat was looking. So that's all ready to go. And yeah, like I said, back in the gym, feel great. Posture was immediately better as soon as I went to the gym. You saw me on the first day that I went to the gym last week. I think it was Thursday. Was it Thursday? No, I think it must have been Wednesday that I went to the gym. And I did a back day. And then I had a day off on Thursday because I was like, damn, going to the gym's got hands. And then I've literally been every day since then, 4 days on the trot. So Friday was chest day, leg day on Saturday, and then shoulder day yesterday and arm day today, and I'm gonna have a rest day tomorrow. So I'm feeling great about that. Feels so good. Feels so nice. That's why I did it twice. I did it more than twice. Did it 5 times. Network, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. What else have I done this weekend? Baked some bread. It's weird because often, right, I will just be like, oh, I'm doing stuff at the weekend, but this weekend I just didn't have anything on. There was nothing on at all. Not a thing to do. And so I was just staying in with Melpa. I didn't even watch any movies. I just literally played RimWorld. So, you know, that's not ideal, but whatever. It's fun. And I'm having fun with it, and I guess you gotta make as much fun as you like when you're enjoying a video game and it's not boring, even though you've played it for hundreds of hours. Soccer, how are you doing? Good to see you. Holly Jolly Saturnalia, everyone. Yes, Holly Jolly Saturnalia to you as well. Happy Hanukkah, everybody. To everyone who celebrates, happy Hanukkah. And what else? I think that's it for seasonal things that are happening. There's probably more, but I just don't know. Still have a cough, but I'm not sick anymore. Hey, let's go new. Yeah, that's how that went for me. That's how that went for me, Network. Like, my cough lasted for like a good 2 weeks after I was ill. And I would probably say, if you're looking to do any kind of like exercise or anything like that, don't rush into it. Wait until the cough is completely gone, because then that's a good indicator that you've actually properly recovered. So, B-Rat says, I'm just starting on my winter baking with lemon poppy seed cakes and chocolate muffins. That sounds really nice. Really, really, really fucking nice. As soon as I made some seitan, vegan cooking, vegan alternative stuff, I'm just all over it. I've got a recipe for some vegan butter, and I'm so excited to actually get it done. I'm so excited to actually give that a proper fucking go. Really, really good stuff. Also, if you're gonna go to the gym stoned, use an edible. Make sure it kicks in a bit after you start doing cardio, and don't overdo it. Definitely don't get high and do cardio. It's so mad. It's so mad. It's so hard. Don't smoke a weed. If you are gonna get high and go to the gym, yeah, just do weights. Hey Val, how are you doing? Have you ever thought about how fucked it would be for an alien seeing human hands with 10 fingers if their species had no fingers at all? Human fingers are really freaky for the uninitiated. someone's been tripping over the weekend. Yeah, been on some, even eating some kind of fungus. Not what we've been going on. Hello, Poplar Tree. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I can honestly say I've never thought about that. Thought about what? Sorry, I've said a bunch of stuff in your chat message. Streamer delay. I don't know what you mean. Horses are even freakier. Their middle toes evolved to become their foot, and the hoof is essentially a large finger and a nail. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. Hello, Nappers. Welcome in. Just got back from the cinema. What did you watch? Hey, Emmy, how you doing? Acting completely fine after a virus is one way to get post-viral issues. When I did it after getting Omicron for the second time, it fucked me up for 2 years. That's something that new chatters will not know about me. I literally fucked up my life for 2 years. I couldn't go to the gym. I couldn't work out. I could barely do anything. I had a... Whoa! Whoa! Beanie Gaby.
Hello, djmuel Melp.
Hello, djmuel Melp. Beanie Gaby, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 6 months. How's it going? Welcome in. I watched Five Nights at Freddy's 2. It was so good.
Those aren't crows. Those are
I don't believe that, but I'm glad you had a good time. How about Melpo? Is he polydactyl? One of them freaky cats with extra toes. What? What are you fucking talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? It fucked me over for a year, and it also gave me a small permanent blind spot in one eye. Whoa, Emmy, fuck, that's crazy. I was fucked for weeks after I went back too hard after COVID. Yeah, it's no joke, folks. It's no joke. 2 years is wild. Yeah, no, it ruined my life for 2 years. Some cats have thumbs. Wait. You mean like... Some cats have an extra toe. It looks like they're giving a thumbs up sometimes. He doesn't have that. He does not have that. He's got one all the way up. A polydactyl cat is a cat with a congenital physical anomaly called a polydactyl, which causes the cat to be born with more than the usual number of toes or one or more of its paws. It's time for a Melpa inspection. Wait, how do I bring this to the front? There we go. Middle-earth Marxist!
djmuel Melp. Thumbs up.
Thank you so much for the 6 months, the 7 months, actually. Thank you very much. How are you doing? Good to see you. I think I already said hi to you, but never mind. Let's have a little look here. Right, he's turning away, so we're not going to be able to see that, are we? Never mind. Melp Watch 2025, exactly. Exactly. Today's the Finger Facts stream. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I didn't know that. We'll have a look in a minute when he's looking a bit more normal. Or when I get £25 donated. That's the only time that the cat cam comes out, isn't it? Everybody should know that by now. And if we get that, we'll have hit the midway dono goal and we'll have unlocked Christmas movie night, because we are 1 sub away from hitting the midway goal. And we are 20 quid. Roughly 20 quid, 25 quid. Well, 21 quid actually, to be specific. Away from hitting the midway dono goal. That's very exciting. Well done, chat. Thank you for supporting me so far this month. It's been crazy. It's not even... Is it the 15th? It's the 15th. It's halfway through the month. So, yeah, that makes complete sense. So, there you go. Spendy says, just a random viewer stopping by to spread some positivity. Stay handsome, King. Thank you very much, Spendy. Why do people do that? This isn't the first time this has happened on Twitch. Why does this happen? Have you got an account? Rob! Holy fucking shit, dude. Thank you so much for the 20 quid. Thank you so much for the 20 quid. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Yes, okay, that person is a streamer. That's what this is. That is what that is. I was wondering what that was. I was wondering why people do this. It's because they're streamers and they want you to go and check out their channel. And it worked, King. It worked. I'm checking out your channel. But I'm sorry, dog. Unless you're a communist, I don't think. I don't know if my chat are gonna want to follow. But I don't know, man. Go follow this guy. Maybe he's fun. Maybe he's an interesting guy. Talks about some gay advice. A fellow queer, so that's fine, isn't it? That's good. But yeah, there you go. Why does this happen? I was, it's so funny. For ages, I would notice people coming in and doing, like, saying that, like, exact same thing that guy has just said to me, like, oh, just stop it by to spread some positivity. And I'm like, what's the game here, man? Like, what's the game? Why are you doing this? I know you're not just here to do that. I know you're not just here to do that. Come on, man. I've been doing this shit for fucking 6 years. You think I'm stupid? Anyway. Here's some advice, man. If you're still watching and you're feeling a little, like, flustered that I've, like, sussed you out, the best way to build a community on Twitch, if you're just starting out, I can see you've got 155 followers. If you're just starting out, actually just, like, watch some streamers that you enjoy and spend some time in the community, man. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. That's the way to do it. Yes! Sam outside with the 5 gifted. Yo, thank you so much, man. And we're on a fucking hype train already. Not even started, man. Not even fucking started. Not even started the stream. What's going on? All right, chat. You know what to do. Oh. Sorry, YouTube. It's a hype train. I'll see you on the other side. Level 2 hype train all the way. At the start of the stream. Thank you very much, Sam. Hope you're doing good. Appreciate you. And it also does mean, chat, that movie night double feature has been unlocked. When are we going to do that? This Thursday at the end of the stream. Yeah, at the end of the stream, we're going to go into the Discord. We're going to watch Gremlins. And fuck it, planes, trains, and automobiles. It's not Christmas, it's Thanksgiving, but it doesn't matter because whatever, I'm British and Thanksgiving's stupid anyway. Right? You know?
We were created here and have obtained unlimited possibilities beyond the dimensions of time and space. We are
Just something to make the capitalism hurt less. That's what we're trying to do. We're all trying to hurt less, right? We're all trying to hurt less. That's what it is. It's not Christmas until I've heard this, and Feliz Navidad. Yeah, Feliz Navidad as well. Yeah. Sorry, I love movie nights. Nice, all good. I love movies. I'm a movie guy. My watch streak failed, but it's on 15 streams now. No, I believe you. Thanks for all the watch streaks, everyone. Appreciate you. We didn't quite get £25 donated. We got £21, which took us to the midway point, which is perfect. So thank you very much for that. That was Rob, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was. I need to put on my little Zelda Christmas tree with the Triforce light on top. That's really cute. I do really like that. Yes, it was Rob. Rob, thank you so much for the £21. Taking us to the halfway point. And yeah, Sam outside, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Taking us to that as well. Don't worry, Luna. I have not put my tree up yet either. It's all good. If you've not done it, you've not done it. It's one of them. Things are getting very depressing. And it's pretty hard to, like, do stuff, right? You know? Isn't it cool that in that song that they were just singing about Mary's boy child, Jesus Christ, the place where that supposedly happened, you could go there. But only if you're an Israeli. Can't go there if you're a Palestinian. You just can't. good, that, isn't it? It's great. And that's depressing as fuck, isn't it? So, you know, I don't mind. I do not mind. What happens at £25? Do you tell a 10-minute long bad joke? No. Of course I don't. That's Sophie's stream. If you want that, you go to Sophie's stream on Fridays. But if you want Melpert, if you want the cat cam turned on, then that's what happens at £25. Hello, Sweetheart's Cat. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm a big fan of Vince Guaraldi's Christmas music. Charlie Brown Christmas music. Yes. Yes, I actually listened to that for the first time last year. It's very good. Very, very good indeed. What have I got else to say about my weekend? Not a lot, really. Really not a lot. It's just all been focusing on self-care stuff and, you know, feeding the ginger bug, baking some bread, making the seitan. Honestly, hitting the gym. It just feels good to have gotten that stuff done. And I woke up early this morning. I woke up at like 9. That's a thing that happened that I could talk about. I thought that my Universal Credit meeting on the phone that I missed last week was rescheduled to today at 9:30 in the morning. So I set an alarm at 9. You all know me this week, chat. I've not been sleeping very early at all. I've been waking up super late, like 1 p.m, 2 p.m, waking up about them times. And I woke up at 9. I'd had like maybe 6 hours sleep or something. I was like, oh, fuck this. And like, I'm aching from the gym. Like, my entire body is aching because yesterday I'd done shoulder day. You know, I'd done every single day. I've done back day, chest day, leg day, shoulder day, working out my abs every day. Like, my entire body was aching basically. And I was just like, oh God. I woke up, dragged myself out of bed. I'm sat there waiting by my phone, waiting for it to ring, making coffee. I'm just like not even doing anything right. And then like a couple more minutes go by and I'm like, I've not got this phone call. What's going on? What the fuck is going on? And I'm like checking the thing to make sure I got the time right. It's in fucking January. The 6th of January. I have no idea where I got this Tuesday from. I think I just looked at it and it said like Tuesday and I was like, oh. But also it's Monday! So not only it said Tuesday, next Tuesday, and I thought it was today. It's so weird. No idea why my brain did that. Absolutely cracked behavior, to be honest. It's Monday. Not even Tuesday. So don't know what's going on. Oh yeah, I've had a trim. Highly relatable stuff. That's why you come here. That's why you come here. That's why you sub. That's why you do everything. You know? That's how it all happens. That's why you give me money and shit, you know? It looks nice. Thank you very much, Network. Yep. Got the fade on the go. Pretty happy with that. Be great if I hadn't fucking picked my fucking nose hair to fuck and gave myself a Rudolph nose. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Hello, Tori. Welcome in. Happy Monday. I'm on vacation for once, and I forgot what day it was. Yeah! Good to hear it. Fade looks decent. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. 19 quid for like a shape up of the beard. You know, they trim all around the face so it's all nice and neat. It's all like the same length everywhere and shit, so I'm not getting it all in my mouth when not getting the beard all in my mouth when I'm eating. You know, nice fade on the sides. They do all underneath the beard and everything, tidy it up, and then like get rid of the split ends at the bottom or whatever the fuck. I don't know if it is actually split ends or if it's just how beards are. And then yeah, hot towel at the end. Nice hot towel. Sort your pores out and all that shit. And they give you a little close shave. Yeah, a little close shave shit on the go. So very good. I can have a coffee with it when I have it done, but there's no fucking point because what do? You can't, you know, while someone's fucking trimming your beard and you sat there and you're like that, you're not just gonna fucking like get a cup and do that, are you? You got your arms under the fucking sheet. They make you a coffee, put it on the side, and then you're just there for like 20 minutes and there's no break. Until he goes and gets the hot towel, and then when he goes and gets the hot towel, you go and get it. It's fucking cold. Pointless. In Portland, I went to a hairdresser that offered a beer while they worked for free. Wild stuff. Yeah, I know exactly what kind of a place you're talking about. And I know that's crazy because I don't have hair, and I only really go to like barbers, not like a full, you know, hairdresser place or whatever you call it. I guess it would just be a barber, whatever, hairdresser. Auntie Donna did a great sketch about this. It's so good. Who knows what I'm gonna put on? Wait, why wouldn't it just... Google is so bad. Google is... I don't know why I Google anything. I don't know why I fucking Google anything. Ever. It's so shit nowadays. AI is absolutely fucking cumstered and dumpstered it. That's it. There you go. I think I might have to kick out the VOD watchers for this one, otherwise I'll get clapped by Netflix. So I'll see you in a tick. Just Google this: Auntie Donna's Big Old House of Fun trendy. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. Hey, Carnos, how's it going? Welcome in. Good to see you. That's why I like my Pakistani barber. We just watch cricket while he cuts my hair. Yeah, that's the normal way. That's the normal way. You just do it like that. There's some tunes on or something, and the job gets done, and you maybe watch the telly a little bit. That's it. That's just it. Better dance moves than my barbershop. That's a shame. That's a shame. That's what you need. You need them kind of dance moves. Otherwise, the haircut just doesn't quite work. But you know, like the place where I went for my beard trim that one time when the guy was pro-Trump and the other guy wanted me to listen to Drake, it felt like they were trying too much to be that, right? It really felt like they were trying too much to be like that, and it was so bad. Like, they just should not have done that. It just really stressed me out. And the only reason that I went is because the Turkish place that I normally go to was shut. That's the only reason I went. It was a Sunday, and I hadn't had my beard trimmed in ages. I was going out in the evening. It was like an alt pride event, and yeah, it was bad. It was so bad, and they fucked up the trim. They fucked up the cut. It wasn't good. My barber yells at Black Finance Bro podcast that they're full of shit while he cuts my hair. That's the way. That's the one. That's what you want. That's what you want. I'm glad I haven't had my hair cut in over 2 decades. I cut my split ends occasionally, though. Yeah. Just stay inside. Just don't go anywhere. Everything's bad now. Is this the mask version of the salon way of washing your hair for like 20 minutes? I don't know. I think that's necessary, isn't it? Having your hair be washed for like 20 minutes, that's like an important part of having long hair, right? Having all that shit happen where people are having a beer and getting you a coffee, but it never happens and it goes cold while you're waiting for it, and then they ask you if you think Drake's good and you say no, and then they say, well, you should just listen to this tune. Like, what kind of a who does that? Who does that? When someone says, you know, especially the guy, like, it felt like the guy owned the place. Do you know what I mean? It felt like the guy owned the place, and he was asking me, a customer, like a new customer in it. You know what I mean? Hey Krill, how's it going? Good to see you. A new customer who's never been there before, and you know, he was like, do you like Drake? And I was like, nah. Like, you know, I didn't say, oh, I've not really heard him. I didn't really say, no, I don't think so. I literally was like, nah. You know what I mean? Like it should have come across clear what I thought about Drake when I said, nah. You know, I said it really obviously. Like, really obviously. And then he was like, I just listen to this one track. Who does that? Who does that? It was crazy. And the guy, when I first came in, and he got me the Red Bull and shit. Also, there was a dog walking around, right? And I'm not like, I'm not mad opposed to that, you know what I mean? But there's gonna be some people who are like scared of dogs in it. And he was a big dog, you know. It was crazy. It was so weird. It was just such a bad experience all round. And it was exactly like that. It felt exactly like that. This one track, as if all Drake tracks aren't exactly the same. That's what I mean! That's what I mean! Reminds me of a mate of mine. We went to a goth bar. He was so drunk and he said, everyone's trying to be so fucking different with maximum disdain. Goths are great, though. Goths are great, you know. I'm like a scally goth, basically. That's my entire style. For the Americans or like Southerners, that just means chav goth, basically. But like, you know, it's so funny. I do find it funny that like every generation there appears to be like an attempt to revive the goth, you know, aesthetic, and it's like. There's always like a little difference where it's like, you know, some people are mixing up. Like nowadays what you tend to see is like crusty goth punk. That seems to be like the style now, whereas when I was growing up it was more like metal goth, and then like the generation before me it was like the sort of original new romantic goth, you know. I remember classic 90s goth mixed with punk. Yeah, metal goth, punk goth, yeah. And nowadays it's very like queer coded as well. I mean, it was always queer coded, but like, you know, but nowadays there is like a specific sort of like brand of queer that is just like doing the goth shit. Goths and Neds, yep. Yeah, punk goths making a comeback, yep. Generally, the more metal or goth or punk someone looks, the nicer they tend to be. You know, correct. That is correct. I remember them being called rivet heads. That's probably Vord, because you're Belgian, and in Belgium, they had, what do they have in Belgium? Front 242, didn't they? Extremely good industrial electronic group. And they were probably called rivet heads because they listened to Front 242 and like KMFDM and all this shit. It's probably going to be stuff like that. And I would argue that that's kind of my scene. Sisters of Mercy, Nine Inch Nails, what's the other one? Fucking, I literally just mentioned Front 242. What's that one? Is it Nibs or Egg? What's that? I can't remember that fucking the name of that one band. Is it Nitsa Ebb? Yes, that one. Bunch of them industrial type ones. Thank you for the follow. Crazy that I got the follow at that point when I was like listing all the industrial bands that I listened to. Appreciate that. Right, okay, what am I doing? Fuck it, this. Fuck it, it's this. Yep.
It's beginning to smell a lot like wet man. He's crawled out from his hole, and he's ruining the floor, seeping wetness from his pores. Have I mentioned that he's absolutely drenched? It's beginning.
Wet man. Yeah. That's what we did. That's what we were doing. That's what we were doing. Susie and the Banshees, one of my favorite bands as well. Yeah, that's great. Hey, chat, listen. Listen. I gotta go to the toilet. I'll be back in a sec. I just need a quick wee. I won't be long. Okay? I won't be long. Don't go anywhere. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. A Brit's okay. Was that in response to the Nick Lutzko video? He's one of yours. He's a fucking Yank. He's like... Hold up. You don't remember this? I used to play this all the time. I used to play this tune all the time on stream. It's so good. He's the wettest man. I'll say it again, you pee so fast. Thing is that that's what happens when you have a big girthy chode. It's just like a bucket. You just go. I'm in one of those moods today, chat. You know what I mean? Oh. This one. Wait. You gotta hear it from the beginning. That's right, chat.
I'll let you use this song in your new Spider-Man film if you let me star in the next Avengers. Look out, here comes a criminal man.
Oh yeah.
You kick Spider-Man's ass. But he wouldn't dare. No, he respects him too much. He'll revitalize the franchise and make you $1 million. Criminal man can fight crime all day.
That's right.
He'll have energy to party all night.
He's just like me, chat.
Gremlin man can't keep the ladies away. He's a gremlin human hybrid ass socialite. He's got recently passed. Tell's killed his ass. Gremlin man is feeling sad he's fair. He must protect those he has left. His secret identity he can never tell.
Bro, the...
Look out! Here comes the criminal man.
Fuck, man.
As hero with a cool ass vibe. He can't die. Also, he's a role model. His brand new original character will keep the Avengers alive. Look out! Here comes the criminal man.
That's it.
He'll rip a solo while he beats the bad guy. Look out! Here comes the criminal man. He doesn't need glasses, he has perfect sight. Look out! Here comes the criminal man.
That bit's the best. That bit's the best. The fucking so good. How does he manage it? How does he manage it? Oh, hey, Street Cat Love. He's already transfigurating into Wetman in that video. Yeah, exactly. Dustin's father's supposed to be Gizmo, so who's still a Mogwai? So why isn't Gremlin Man Mogwai Man? I don't understand. That's a good point. That's a really good point. I like the Dan Bongino one. Surprised he never went to jail for it. Hey, Baldwin's Ghost, how's it going? Yeah, that's because in the Dan Bongino song, he's saying I want to be Dan Bongino. Nick Lutzko. Nick Nutzko. That's not right.
I wanna be at the art.
Wait. Is there not like a good... It's this one, innit? Yeah, there we go.
At the art.
Oh no, this is the remix version. Here we go.
I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna see Patricia McCloskey. I wanna scream for the Bondi. I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show the American flag. Eggs behind the toilet in Grandma's basement. I wanna ask him if he'll be stairs. He kinda looks like Dan Bongino. Grandma tries to tell me not to go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. At the RNC, I wanna be like Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like
Dan Bongino. There you go. That's the Dan Bongino song. A message to Dan Bongino. This is 9 minutes long.
Hi Dan, it's me Nick. We haven't met, but you may be aware I'm a songwriter. I sing about many various topics.
Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino. I wanna hold hands with Dan Bongino. I wanna take my hand to Dan Bongino.
Hey Susie, hey Echo Baz, what's up? You see, the problem is that this was so funny when Dan Bongino was not part of like the new America. When was this? When was it? 3 years ago. You know what I mean, man? This was like 5 years ago. Dan Bongino is like, hang on a minute. He's I can't actually remember who he is, but he's part of the administration, right? There we go. United States Deputy Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So he's literally with Kash Patel doing Kash Patel shit. So, you know, it was fine when Dan Bongino was just like a silly loser, a silly fucking loser freak, who didn't have any like effect on the, I guess, like material reality of people getting arrested by the FBI and shit like that, but now he does. And I think that Nick put a tweet out to be like, is he still alive? Yeah, he's still alive, Susie. Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Nick Lutzko is is he old? I don't understand. Nick Lutzko, Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino. It's just gonna be people doing like this stuff either. Like fan tweets and shit like that. He did a wait, hang on. He did like a correction tweet. What is this? What is this? I haven't seen this. I had an opportunity to visit Dan Bongino's piss farm today. He collects all kinds of piss, ranging from exotic animal to run-of-the-mill bus stop secretions. Hey, Monkey's Beauty, how you doing? No, he is a MAGA chud. He's, like I said, director deputy of the fucking FBI for the administration. It's mad. He did a tweet that said, I do not, here we go. Yeah, this July. Just want to clarify, I don't actually want to be like Dan Bongino. I remember Nick tweeted, I am going to jail when he was confirmed for the FBI. Yes. Oh, God. MFGA mule. What's that? Make what great again? I don't know what you're on about. I don't know what you mean. MFGA chud. That was AI, but he was using it when AI was not as cringe as it is. Make France great again. Oh, Bonjour! Bonjour! No, sorry. Reading the chat wrong. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Monsieur Bonjour. How would you say make France great again in French? France est meilleure. Encore. Right? La France meilleure encore. That one. That's how you say it. Le RN. Le RN. Le guillotine. That's right. That's right. Just to clarify, he doesn't actually want to be like Dan Bongino, just so you know, chat. He doesn't actually want to be like him. Rendre sa grandeur à la France. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. It's just not good. Right, okay. Alright, what we doing? Let's take a look at some mad shit. Let's take a look at some absolutely mad shit. How about that? You see this at the weekend, chat? Speaking of Republican conferences, New York City's Young Republican Club Gala. We've got Representative Andy Ogles here. This motherfucker's called Andy Ogles. Ogles at who? Ogling at who, dog? Who you ogling at? Who up ogling that Andy? Breaking. Communist Mamdani supporter in Nazi costume violently breaks into New York City Young Republican Club Gala right after my speech. They hate MAGA. We will take America back. Okay, dude, let's take a look at this. What could he possibly mean? A Mamdani supporter dressed as a Nazi.
Alternative for Deutschland! Alternative for Deutschland!
How? What? What? What?
Alternative for Deutschland!
Alternative. My man's screaming about alternative for Deutschland. Alternative for Deutschland, which is a real right-wing party in Germany. But why is he saying that at the? Why is he saying it at the New York City Young Republicans conference? That's weird as hell. Let's take a little look at this. Let's take a little look at this. Let's see what's going on here. I think this guy is an op.
Praised Hitler. They invited people who call Jews cockroaches at this event. This is what this event represents. This is everything that this event represents.
Oh, I see. He is actually trying to. Oh my god, this is a guy's. He's doing a bit. Nah, this is not, bro. Is he actually doing a bit? Oh no, man. No. I was so confused by this. I saw this pop up over the weekend and I was like, what the fuck was happening? And I thought that this guy was like a legit card-carrying Nazi, but then I looked at the fucking swastika on his arm and I was like, hang on a minute. It looks weird. It doesn't look like, I don't know. And now he's like...
Praised Hitler. They invited people who call Jews cockroaches.
So I think that what he's referring to here is the fact that they invited Nick Fuentes. Yeah, not really the message that you need to be sending. You could say this stuff without like putting a swastika on, right? You could say it without putting a swastika on. It's quite easy to do that.
At this event, this is what this event represents. This is everything that this event represents. Shut the fuck up! You guys love Nazis. You guys fail to condemn Nazis.
What is happening? Like, seriously, man. Like, seriously. Like, okay, you know, I'm not a fan of this. Whatever this guy's doing, I'm not a fan of that. I don't think he needs to do that. Feels a bit libbers, doesn't it? It does feel a bit, right? It does feel a bit libbed up, squibbed up. You gotta have a bit more respect. for the people that you are trying to, you know, just having this shit on is just, it represents something, man. Do you know what I mean? It just it represents something. You just can't do this, man. Like, even if it's a bit, but you know, this libbed up guy trying to make this protest, sure, it might have had the right idea, the right morals in mind, but didn't think it through. Maybe didn't ask anyone what they thought about this idea, right? Yes, Jared Taylor and Sneeko were at the event. Yes, that's right. I'm getting flashbacks to the Subway ads for the Man in the High Castle. It is a bit, yeah. Why would you do that haircut to yourself? Well, some people just have hair like that, don't they? But the fact that this other guy is on the other side and he's wearing this like embarrassing fucking loser sheepskin jacket. No offense to anyone who wears a sheepskin jacket. I just think that they're so 80s, right? I just think that they're so 80s. It's just, but not like good 80s, you know what I mean? And all he's doing is he's going, beta male. It's like, oh my God, I've never cringed at two separate things for two separate reasons so much before in my life.
Nazis, you guys fail to condemn Nazis constantly. This is what they love.
Nobody likes you.
I'll give this to you.
I'll have it.
Take it. Because this is what he is. This is what they are. They are all Nazis.
I wish.
He wishes
I
he
wish
was
Trump
exactly.
was a Nazi. I wish Trump was racist.
These are disgusting.
Look at this guy, bro. Look at this guy, bro. I'm sorry, man, but like, I know that this guy, we're criticizing this guy for all the right reasons. Just look at this guy. This, like, no offense to my short kings, yeah? No offense. But what is fucking going on here, bro? Like, you cannot be out in the street in New York City looking like this and going, beta male. Come on, man. Come on.
It's not racist.
Right,
We're not
associated with the NYYs. We're
I'm my own thing, by the way.
Okay, so take it.
Okay, so now his, like, weird groiper friend is coming up, yeah? Is coming up to be like, this guy's saying the quiet part out loud, need to shut him up.
But this
So
guy's
these are
a
the
faggot,
people
and
who are invited
everybody
to the event.
knows it.
These are very clearly.
Hey, I actually got thrown out. Ask them, I got thrown out. So I didn't. Listen, they condemned me, they threw me out.
They did not condemn him. These are exactly.
Well, he's short,
they didn't see
No,
him.
they didn't even I snuck in.
This is
I'm a
the
silly
entire
little guy.
event. The entire event, they invited
This was on Friday night, Tori.
the alternative.
This guy's a beta male. Nobody likes him. Dude, you're a faggot. Fuck you.
They invited fucking the pro-Hitler text guys. They invited the Jews or cockroaches guys. This is all they are.
Subversive, bro. Go back to Israel. Borders are racist, huh?
Go back to my man just said go back to Israel.
Let's let everybody in. Borders are racist. Let everybody in. Let everybody in. Borders are racist, guys.
Did my man just try and vape? What happened then? There's so much going on in this. There's so much going on here. My man just took a hit of a vape, but he like coughed?
Flood the country.
Or he just
10
coughed?
million Indians. Come on. Borders are racist. We got to let 10 million Indians in. That's what you're saying. Does Israel deserve a border? Does Israel deserve
Yo, check this guy out. Check this guy out at the back.
I'm taking it. This is mine now.
Give him this one.
I want it.
We have plenty at home. We collect tons of them.
Wait, why is he asking for it back?
Israel deserves.
Why is he asking for it back?
Actually gonna use
Are
this
you
one.
Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yes, I'm proud
Does
to be
Israel
Jewish.
deserve a border?
What are you talking about?
Do you think borders are racist?
answering this piece of shit. Don't worry. You're
You invited him to your fucking club. You gave him a ticket.
Yes! Come on!
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yes, I'm proudly
Does
Jewish.
Israel deserve a border?
What are you talking about?
Do you think borders are racist?
Stop answering this piece of shit. Don't worry. You're
You
Jewish,
invited
too,
him
aren't
to
you?
your
My name's
fucking
Kevin
club.
Smith. Now get the fuck out of
You
here.
gave him a ticket.
He rocked his shit, bro. He actually rocked his shit. That's so funny. Now, I don't know if my man is a conservative, a Republican, or whatever. It doesn't really matter at this point. I don't give a fuck. He got such a slap. Like, you can see the way, right? Check the way. Like, this technique is so crazy, man. He's done this before, right? You let the arm fall down low, like real low, real loose, and then you hit him with the upwards slap, the upwards clap, bro. Like, watch his fucking head. This motherfucker sees God for a second.
You gave him a ticket.
Oh, that's so good, bro. That's so good. Apparently, they made up and took a selfie together. What, these two? Fucked him up with the smallest little slap. No, that's funny as hell, man. That's funny as hell. Well, yeah, like, I could totally see this guy being, like, because here's the thing. When you slap a guy, you're just telling him to stop. Right? That's how that goes. If you don't get the fucking chin out straight away, yeah? If you're not getting chinned straight away, you've just been told to shut up. If you're getting chinned, it's like people are really fucking like not alright with you. But yeah, it's just his conservative friend is telling him to shut the fuck up with the Israel shit. You know, that's all it is. The chubby guy thought he was a leftist. That's great. That's great. That's so good. He told the liberal guy, the fucking Mamdani supporter liberal guy who did a terrible action, wearing a swastika, doing some kind of like, you know, well, you know what this guy said, trying to do some kind of subversive action to be like, oh, look, these guys are just Nazis. And he told him to like walk away and stop talking to him, and he slapped the other guy. That's so funny. There was a tweet to say that they had miscommunication, but they smoothed it out. Whoa, hang on a minute. Have you got a link to that? Because I don't know, man. I don't know. We just going off tweets? We just going off some tweets? I don't know. I don't know. I can see it. I can see it. It's still funny to see him get clapped.
Oh, whoa! Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
It's still funny to see him get slapped. Not gonna lie. Oh, that's so good, dude. That's so good. That's great. There he is, Nick Fuentes and Sneeko. Runs back to Daddy Nick. Okay, that's funny as hell. Nick is not that much taller than this guy. That's wild. I don't because I'm not on Twitter. Hassan covered it. The tweet with the words had a selfie of them together. Right, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. So hang on, was it this one? YRC invited Nick to attend their event as a VIP. As usual, they disinvited him. When his updates. Okay. Alright, well that's that. Still funny to see a Nazi get slapped. Go running and crying back to 20s and Sneeko. That's always good. It's mad shit. I said it was mad shit, didn't I? I don't know what it is, but every time I see Americans wearing dress shoes, they look several sizes too big for him. Well, fucking, especially that cunt. Alright. It was pretty good. It was pretty good, chat. something that I've seen that's been annoying me that I just want to talk about. I saw this pop up a couple of days ago. I think it was Friday. And you will have probably seen me in the past talking about the World Socialist website. They're a fairly decent source. They're not perfect, but they're an okay source. That's why I brought them up in the past. However, this Friday, I was very upset to discover that they were very happy and excited to promote their new project, Socialism AI. Yes, you heard it here first, folks. None of this is good. It's just as bad as it sounds. And they are so desperate to make it look good. They are so fucking desperate to make it look good that they are retweeting any and everyone who is using it. It is so deeply fucking embarrassing, man. It is so fucking ridiculous. So here we go. This person here. Workers need to understand the labor theory of value LTV. Socialism AI explains it clearly. The LTV is not an abstract scholastic exercise. It reveals how capitalist wealth is... Right. First of all, anything that has this many paragraphs, that has bullet points like this, is not being explained clearly. It's not. Anyone using these kinds of fucking words when talking to someone who is apolitical and not educated with labor theory of value, it's just not going to go in. A commodity is a use value that appears as an exchange value. Exchange abstracts from concrete qualities and registers labor in its abstract form. Labor... People already stopped listening to it. People have already stopped listening to you. They've turned off. They don't know what the fuck you're on about. Right? None of this is helpful. This is just a search engine for Das Kapital. That's all it is. That's just all it is. Right? So... really fucking annoying. I hate this shit. We got another person here. I asked Socialism AI to respond to arguments that AI is environmentally destructive and should not be used. It provided some interesting ideas on how advances in technology, if controlled democratically, could be used to meet the needs of humanity and the environment. I did that. I made a video about it. Actually. And also, you could do this without asking Socialism AI. You could just do this yourself. I also asked it to be a bit more concrete. These are issues. These are issues that require further investigation, but those arguing that technology itself is the problem ignore the ways that technology can be used to progressive ends if freed from the profit motive. Wouldn't it be more useful to just make audio versions of theory books? It would be more useful to just make YouTube videos like Second Thought does. You know, and other YouTubers. It's so ridiculous, man. It's just like so annoying. Stalinists hate this one weird question. What was the Stalin-Hitler Pact? Socialism AI. It's just like, oh, okay, so we're using Socialism AI as trots to do leftist infighting. That's what we're doing. Okay, man. Got you, dude. I see what you're doing. I see what you're fucking doing, dude. I see how it goes. Oh, man. I've never experienced anything as, like, cringe and embarrassing as this. It's just so embarrassing and shit. And as this person said in the fucking comment, in the replies, ahistorical fiction devoid of context. And there's even this bit here, which is like, the objective historical content. Okay, alright, dude.
Old chum.
Alright, man. Okay. Thank you for the follow. So, there you go. There's some wacky stuff that I saw this weekend on the internet. We're out of the fun half now, and now we're into the annoying, horrible news half. where I'm going to have a look at some actual stuff that's happened. And we're getting the most contentious one out of the way straight away. Yesterday morning, which was Monday morning in Sydney, there were some Jewish people celebrating a Hanukkah event on Bondi Beach, and a gunman shot 16 people. And some of them were kids. It's really some horrific stuff. But that's what's happened. And it's bad. And of course, as you can imagine, all of the worst people in the world are talking about it. And that's what we're going to be focusing on more than anything, really. Because, you know, of course... oh, sorry, correction. It was Sunday morning in Australia. My bad. Sunday morning in Australia. Because, of course, all the worst people in the world are talking about this and using it as an excuse to say all kinds of horrible shit, all kinds of horrific shit. We're going to have a look at the objective reporting here. Wasn't it 16 killed, 29 injured? Sorry, did I say that wrong? I thought I said 16 people killed. We're going to look at the facts of the reporting, and then we're going to have a look at some of the other stuff in the reporting. First up, I have chosen a very little used source that I don't usually use, which is the Irish Examiner. So let's have a look at this. 10-year-old girl, Holocaust survivor and rabbi among victims of Bondi Beach terror attack. At least 60 people, including one of the alleged gunmen, died at the shooting in Sydney on Sunday, aged between 10 and 87. Sorry, I'm just clearing me throat. Hello, Smash. How's it going? One was the father/shooter of the 16... The father/shooter? Father? Wait, what? What do you mean? At least 60 people were killed, while the 40 wounded when gunmen fired on a Hanukkah celebration in Bondi Beach, which Australian police and officials are describing as a terrorist attack. In the latest update on Monday morning, the New South Wales Premier Chris Minns confirmed 16 people, including one of the alleged gunmen, have died, and 42 people injured in the shooting were taken to hospital. Those who died are yet to be formally identified, but police believe their ages range between 10 and 87 years old, he said. It was a father and son duo doing the shooting. Has that been confirmed? Have you got a link for that? Here are the victims who's been named so far. Matilda.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Peter Meager. Tibor Weitzen. Eli Schlanger. Alex Rivchin. Dan Al-Kayam, Alexander Clayton, Nashoki, how are you doing? Obviously, it was Trans Tifa. Yeah, that's, of course, what some people are going to be saying about that. Thank you very much, Smash. Yep, if you post that link in the chat, I'll be able to take a look at it. Royven Morrison, Yakov Leviton, and one Israeli citizen. 38 injured, 27 still in hospital. Arsen Ostrovsky. The reason why I'm just reading the names here is because we're not really going to be getting much reporting from just looking at the people who have been injured or killed in this attack. Thank you very much, Smash. We're going to take a look at some news reports. Fox News. Fox News is your source? Okay. Who is this? Elizabeth Pritchett. By three separate journalists. Elizabeth Pritchett, Anders Hagstrom, Greg Werner. Police say a father and son were behind the horrifying... Police say a father and son were behind the horrifying mass shooting that left 60 people dead, including one of the gunmen, and 40 people hospitalized during a Hanukkah celebration at Bondi Beach. Mal Lanyon said during a press conference on Monday in Australia that it was a 50-year-old man and his 24-year-old son that carried out the terror attack. Father was a licensed gun owner with 6 legally registered firearms. All 6 of the firearms have been recovered, with some being recovered at the scene. The others were located and recovered when investigators executed search warrants. Let's take a look at this news, this press conference. Let's take a look at that. I think that'll be a decent thing to look at when we're looking at this. All right, here we go.
I appreciate you all being here on a very distressing night in Sydney. At approximately 6:47 this evening, 2 individuals began firing on...
What's just happened? What have I done? Oh, for fuck's sake.
A crowded group of families on Bondi Beach at Archer Park. This cowardly act of terrifying violence is shocking and painful to see and represents some of our worst fears about terrorism in Sydney. I very sadly need to report that as of now, there are at least 12 individuals that have been killed. One of the offenders has also been killed and one is in custody. This attack was designed to target Sydney's Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. What should have been a night of peace and joy celebrated in that community with families and supporters has been shattered by this horrifying, evil attack. Commissioner Lanyon will speak about the investigation, the police response, as well as the designation of this attack as a terrorism event in Sydney. I can assure the community it will be met with a massive, comprehensive police and public order response. Our heart bleeds for Australia's Jewish community tonight. I can only imagine the pain that they're feeling right now to see their loved ones killed as they celebrate this ancient holiday. It's a responsibility of all Australians to wrap their arms around Australia's Jewish community and help them get through this incredibly difficult period. This is a massive, complex and just beginning investigation. It's just begun, and there are things that tonight we don't have the answers to. However, we do have answers to some crucial pieces of information for our wonderful city and our beautiful state. The first one is the outpouring of love and support from ordinary Australians for Australia's Jewish community is real. Secondly, today is another example of the enormous pressure and responsibility, the danger that New South Wales Police regularly face as part of their job. They do it without faltering. They didn't falter today. We need them. And third,
I just want to run that back a little bit.
beautiful state. The first one is the outpouring of love and support from ordinary Australians for Australia's Jewish community is real.
Is real? Why is he saying it's real? Why is he saying that? What's going on there? Hey, low-key human as well. Welcome in. Hello, Sally Pocketful. Yes, we're going to get into Arsen Ostrovsky. Hello, Rebel Phoenix. How are you doing?
Secondly, today is another example.
But why did he say it's real? Why did he say it's real? Is he trying to say that it's not? Are people trying to say it's not real? I don't understand, man. Like, what's going on?
Pressure and responsibility, the danger that New South Wales Police regularly face as part of their job. They do it without faltering. They didn't falter today. We need them. And thirdly, tonight saw extraordinary acts of personal courage and bravery from individuals in our community. And I think it's worth remembering that in all of this evil, in all of this sadness, there are...
I know there's been a lot of false attacks in Australia. I know about the literal false flag attack of burning the synagogue, and it was actually some fucking ex-IDF soldiers and shit. New South Wales have been conned by several fake terror plots. Yeah, but like, he said the outpouring of the love for the Jewish community in Sydney is real. I don't know. Maybe it was a flub. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just I don't know. Yeah.
The wonderful, brave Australians that are prepared to risk their lives to help a complete stranger.
Yeah, you could say his name, dog. You could say that his name was Ahmed Al-Ahmad, and he's a Muslim guy. You could say that. You could say that this is a great time for multicultural connection and a reminder that it doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. People will look out for you and care about you. And this one guy, the guy that intervened and stopped the guy from shooting more people, he was an old Muslim fella. You could have said that, couldn't you? But you didn't. Wonder why. That's weird. That's weird that you didn't do that, dude.
Thank you, Premier. Good evening. Premier has outlined the brief circumstances this evening. I'll go through them again. We're more than happy to take some questions. About 6:47 p.m. this evening, police started to receive a number of reports of shots fired at Archer Park at Bondi. Archer Park is a grassed area just north of the Bondi Pavilion. Police responded promptly. Unfortunately, at least 12 people are deceased at this time. 29 people have been transported to various hospitals around the Sydney area, including 2 police officers. The condition of those officers and the other transported are serious, but there is a range of conditions. Our thoughts, prayers and love go to all the families and all of those that were involved tonight. We know that there were many people there to celebrate a happy occasion, the celebration of Hanukkah, and there was well over 1,000 people there when this took place. As a result of the circumstances of the incident tonight...
They keep saying the police responded properly because the police didn't respond properly, that's why.
At 9:36 p.m. this evening, I declared this to be a terrorist incident.
Maybe it has something to do with trying to clumsily argue that the support shown towards the Jewish community isn't all disguised Zionism or something. It's a bit baffling. Yeah, I just like for the top cop to say that. Because I would imagine that the top cop would be pro-Zionist or not say anything like that, right? Like, they just not mention it at all. I don't know. It's just so weird. A Muslim man that fought on despite being shot. Yes, he was shot 5 times. Yeah.
Also authorised special powers under Section 5 and Section 6 to ensure that if there is a third offender, and we are currently investigating that at the moment, we will make sure that we prevent any further activity. Section 6 allows us to investigate today's incident. There is a massive police response, and I think as journalists you have seen how quickly and promptly the police responded. I'm incredibly proud of the professionalism of our police and emergency service responders. They have done a fantastic job. Unfortunately, it's only several years ago that Bondi occurred at Bondi Junction. We have learnt a lot from that, and tonight ambulance and police and other emergency responders acted promptly and professionally to do a great job there. We will have a significant investigation. Our Counter-Terrorism Command will lead this investigation with investigators from the State Crime Command. No stone...
It's probably the reason that they're saying the police reacted properly and responded in a really good fashion and everything was done really, really well is probably because they knew that these guys were on the terror watch list and they didn't do anything. That's probably what it is.
...will be left unturned. This type of disgraceful activity, this wanton use of violence...
From what Hassan said, the cops immediately engaged the shooter. Which one? There were 2. What? Which one?
The taking of innocent lives is unacceptable to New South Wales. It's not our way of life. I've been very clear since I've been the Commissioner that as a police force, we won't stand for this type of violence. I'm personally offended. You have seen that the police have already taken prompt action. The Premier has mentioned one of the offenders is deceased, the second one is in serious condition at hospital. We will focus to ensure that there is no further threat to the public. Could I ask, but this is a time of calm. This is a time where I want to make sure that there is no...
I don't think any of that happened, Rebel Phoenix. The guy that apprehended one of the shooters is called Ahmed Al-Ahmad. And he took his gun off him. And then he ran off to join the other shooter on a bridge. And I mean, there's a video of it. We'll get the video of it in a minute. But I don't think a bunch of oi bruv Australians jumped him. You're getting British people confused with Australians. That's what's happening there.
The police are investigating thoroughly. We have acted promptly. We have taken decisive action. Could I just ask?
Australians aren't the oi bruv ones. That's us. Australians are the shrimp on the barbie ones. That's them.
Calm in the community.
Yes, the fault of us. By the way, it is our fault, but nonetheless, different. There's also the possibility that some of the bystanders were shot by the cops during the event. Yep. Oi mate. Yep. They say oi mate instead of oi bruv. That's what that is.
Allow the police to do our job. We will work closely with community, and I'll continue to provide updates about the investigation as they go on. Thank you. I'll hand over to the Minister and then happy to take questions.
So, do we have an age range of the victims? Obviously, it's early days, but of those deceased?
No, very early, sir. I don't have those details at the moment. As you can imagine, there has been a fair dislocation. The ambulance service responded brilliantly. They've had to convey people right around the city to numerous hospitals, so at this stage we don't have those details.
Australians, oi mate. British, oi mate. Americans, oink oink. That's right. That's right. Cops will learn about these guys and accidentally hit civilians, so they're covering their ass. Yeah.
Commissioner, there's 12 people.
One at a time, sorry.
Commissioner, do you have any intelligence about the two shooters?
We're working through that at the moment. Obviously, part of the declaration is because I have information about the deceased shooter. It's not something that I'm prepared to give at the moment. It will be part of the investigation, but we will work tirelessly through our counter-terrorism command to make sure we investigate all of the circumstances.
Commissioner, the 12 people that are deceased, do they include the gunman that is deceased, or is the gunman additional to that 12?
We've set up the 12 deceased at the moment. This is a really fluid situation. I would like to provide more certainty, but certainly the numbers that we are talking at the moment include the gunman.
Were any children among the deceased?
At this stage, I don't believe so. However, I do believe that a child was transported to hospital. Again, I don't want to give information that turns out to be incorrect. It is very early. We know that there has been a number of people turn up to hospital. We've had 29 others transported, and we know we've got another turning up there.
What gives you reason to think there might be a third gun person?
Unfortunately, in these sort of circumstances, we get information from a range of areas. We tend to be as safe as we possibly can, so that we know that we have two definite offenders, but we want to make sure the community is safe. So we will run down this investigation. The reason that we have so many investigators out tonight is we want to make sure that that happens. The fact that we've declared this as a terrorist incident, we've provided special powers, is to make sure that we prevent any further. I cannot confirm there is a third offender, but I want to make sure there's no stone left.
Third, special powers just meaning like we get to shoot anyone. What I imagine the New South Wales police mean by special powers. We get to raid anyone. It's similar stuff to the Heaton Park synagogue attack, where in Manchester they were just like, right, we're just going to raid someone who lives nearby. We're just going to raid their gaff. Just do whatever you want. Like, the cops just do whatever they want when something like this happens, you know? It's important to remember that there is no proper process. There is no, steady guiding hand above it all that has everything under control. A lot of the times they will know what these people or the shooters were up to, and they will have had them on a list. They will have known about these people, and they're just like doing performative stuff to make it look like they're doing a lot of work, right? And it's embarrassing and annoying and frustrating, and this is why it's Fuck 12 Friday every day.
Some news outlets are reporting a home in Bondi.
Then they arrest 5 people after the Manchester attack. Random people, yeah. They just found some brown people who live nearby because it's a mixed area. You know, there's British Asian people there, there's British Jewish people there. They were just like, right, some brown guys, get them in the van. That's it. That's what you do.
Can you confirm that?
And it'll be the same here. It'll be the same in Australia. You know, it'd just be a different, it'd just be brown people of different backgrounds. So it won't be like in the UK, it will have been maybe British Pakistani, British Indian, but in Australia, it'll be like Australian Indian, or it might be, I don't know, from another country, just like anyone who's just not white. You know what I mean?
Well aware on social media that an identity of a person believed to be one of the government has been circulated there. When I asked for calm, that is really important. This is not a time for retribution. This is a time to allow the police to do their duty.
Why are they saying that? Were there a bunch of like Australian hogs just like, I'm gonna go and murk off a mosque or some shit? I bet there were. People are just fucking...
So police are responding to make sure that all of the community is safe. That is our role.
What can you tell us about public order rights, court officers raiding homes? Is that under?
Here we go. Public order rights for officers raiding homes.
Is that happening right now?
What I'd say to you is that we have police right around the city at the moment to make sure that all of the community is safe. I don't want to go into too much specific activity.
Smash cut to like a bunch of fucking tooled up squad fucking piece of shit cops just like smashing in the door of just like a fucking, you know, Afghanistan family, just like an Afghan family having dinner. Just like smash the fucking door down.
Our job is to respond to intelligence we get, respond to information, but make sure the community
We gotta keep everyone safe. Get on the ground!
is safe. So unashamedly, we do have a lot of public order and rights squad and other police out on the streets at the moment to make sure there is calm. This disgraceful act will not go.
Hey, no worries, Prince. Thanks for being here. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Sorry.
So, given it was a Hanukkah event, first night of Hanukkah, were there any additional police resources around the Bondi area or Dover Heights in case there was any problems?
This is a mad question. This is an absolutely mad question. Absolutely mad question. Hey Nikki, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, again, we're gonna get into the rhetoric around this pretty soon, but we got some more stuff to look at. Let's take a look at the actual shooting. There's a video here. This is from Al Jazeera of Ahmed Al-Ahmad actually disarming this shooter. Let's take a look at this. It's pretty fucking mad, to be honest, bro. And the person filming obviously will have just been like watching with their eyes in astonishment and then went, shit, I should fucking start filming this. Let's take a look at this.
Oh!
Curious why he didn't blast him? Wait, what? You mean when he gets the gun off him here like this? Or you mean the shooter? Because he did get shot. This guy got shot 5 times.
Oh!
Like you can hear the gun go off.
Oh non gros! Ouais mais il y a son pote, il va se faire tirer dessus.
But there's another shooter, I guess. Ahmed shooting the shooter? It's probably because he's better than him. You know? You take a gun off someone, you disarm them, they can't kill anyone anymore. You don't need to shoot them, right? First thing I would have done is pull the trigger. I'm American, though. Yeah, but there's Americans who wouldn't have done that. Are you sure you're not a police officer? You sure you're not been getting that cop training, dog? Cop training, killology. Just like grit your teeth, do all like the opposite things of like, you know, well-being training and shit like that. Just the opposite of that. Right? Grit your teeth, think about like puppies being mangled in a grinder, like fucking shoot anyone immediately, don't ask questions, bang!
Il est trop con le mec qui a l'arme.
Yeah, he just puts the thing down. I'm Mexican, so maybe I have more disdain for people doing Nazi shit, but Zanixi is right, though. He would have been made a target with how shitty the cops are. Look at the police that shoot, think the wrong guy was the shooter. Yeah, I think that's why he put the gun down, right? I mean, you know, this guy... I understand where you're coming from. People doing Nazi shit. I do understand where you're coming from. I think the way that I think of it is that if you shoot someone and they die, they've escaped justice. That's the way I see it. And I think that it's not on It's not on us to decide, right? If you're a bystander and you come across this scene and you are brave enough to like do what this guy did and you disarm a guy, and you know he's not, this guy did get shot by him in the end, right? Do you know what I mean? And also, we don't know what these guys' motives are. We don't know if they're Nazis. We don't know what they're saying. I saw a story that we're going to look at in a minute that says that they have links to ISIS, which is likely. And I imagine once people start talking about their links to ISIS a bit more, and if that's confirmed, I imagine the talk around it will stop because they don't want it to be ISIS. They are absolutely desperate for it to be someone who loves Palestinians. We all die anyway, so death isn't an adequate punishment. That's kind of how I see it, Michael Bay. And I'm not a punitive guy. Do you know what I mean? I'm a police abolitionist, right? How often does ISIS operate outside the Middle East? Are you genuinely asking that? You genuinely don't know? Like, they do it all the time, man. They do it all the time. They're like responsible for pretty much every terror attack that's happened in Europe, and you know, I don't know if there's been any in America, but oh no, you just didn't know. Okay, cool. Sorry, yeah, no, that's my bad. I think the agenda with these things is to die a martyr too, so why give them everything they want? Well, I don't. That's not necessarily true. ISIS did a terrorist attack in Russia the other year. Yeah. IS are Israel's TaskRabbit. Well, I want everyone to remain not conspiratorial. But we are going to look at some stuff, and I think it's correct and good to have a sophisticated take on something like this, based on the information that we can get. Hello, Nuclear Slayer. They have direct information on what caused them to rationalize doing such an act to begin with, which is important for preventing it from happening to begin with, rather than waiting for it to happen to stop it. Yes, I imagine they do. Absolutely. I imagine the cops do, for sure. Absolutely. Hello, Caspi. No worries for being late. It's all good. Yeah, enjoy that Liverpool win. It's all good. Yeah, good for you.
All right. This is a video of a bystander tackling one of the shooters. This is extraordinary.
See, there's another guy up here. Now this guy, it's mad because it looks like this guy has like a shotgun, right?
See one of the
or is it like a bolt action rifle or some shit?
They're carrying.
Hello, Naismith. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Ducking behind the bridge. This is the very same bridge where we then, moments ago, when we were
looks like my man's got a shotgun. This is wild.
Looking at the live aerial shot where we saw two bodies. So one of the assailants, it seems, ducking, opening fire.
A bolt action, yeah.
Two assailants.
And hold up. This guy has another gun. This guy has another gun.
Armed.
So that's absolutely mad. My man took this gun off him, and then he ran over there. He fucking ran over there and got another gun. It sounds like a shotgun. It was a shotgun?
Okay, the person who's watching and filming this is speaking in French and saying that that these two bystanders were able to recover the weapon of one of the assailants. Those are the two people with the white shirts hiding behind the tree. You also saw briefly a police officer hiding behind their vehicle.
So you can see there's a cop there. He's just come in and he's aiming his gun at one of the shooters.
We're taking cover,
and he gets down.
Their vehicle. Even as the two. All right. So this is a loop. Let's watch this again together. This is
crazy, man. So this is the full footage. So check it. Check it. My man is hiding behind a car. My man is hiding behind a car. Can you imagine the fucking adrenaline? Holy fucking shit. Just check this out, chat. All right, I'm going to hit play.
All right. So this is a loop. Let's watch this again.
Bro!
This is an extraordinary moment, and this appears to be how one of the assailants...
That is absolutely mad, dog. That is absolutely mad. That is absolutely fucking mad. Yo.
Even as the two...
Check it, bro.
So this is
Fuck
let's
me.
Watch this again together. This is an extraordinary moment, and this appears to be how one of the assailants...
Hero, yeah, a real hero, man.
Bystander grabbing his weapon, grabbing him from the back, grabbing his weapon.
Dude owns a fruit stand. Balls are the size of grapefruits. No, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Amazing he's able to move that quickly with balls that enormous. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, that's so wild, bro. That's so wild.
Even as the gunman...
Look at him. He's like, what the fuck do I do now, bro? And then my man like runs over and throws something at him.
Indeed, the bystander.
He was shot twice by the guy on the bridge. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Appears somewhat stunned and dazed. Another gunman.
He might have also shot his buddy. He might have also shot his buddy 5 times. That's mad. It's absolutely mad. I think these shots here is when he hits him again.
All of this happening meters away from Bondi Beach. Popular destination for residents of Sydney, for tourists. It's known around the world. It's just a few kilometers away.
I mean, like, the thing to remember here, chat, is that, like, what we're seeing is we're seeing the difference between an assault rifle, like what you can get in America, and these, like, fucking farmer-ass bolt action rifles and shit, right? And I'm not a ban all guns guy, even though in the UK, I mean, the thing is that in the UK, people find ways around it anyway. Like, the Fash in this country have, like, fucking crossbows, right? So, you know, you're not really gonna get anywhere by banning all guns, because there will still, and of course, terrorist attacks in this country have involved things like knives, like the Heaton Park synagogue. It was a guy with a big machete, right? But there is a massive difference between, you know, these fucking, like, fully automatic AR-15s that are designed to, like, spray out fucking 300 bullets a minute or whatever. I'm exaggerating, obviously. And these, like, bolt action rifles where, like, you have to get a license to get them and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, shit, like, you know, the thing here that inspired these people to kill people is whatever ideology they have, whether they're ISIS or whether they're just, like, politically unaffiliated, it's because of the way that society is absolutely geared towards zero liberation for anyone at any time, no peace, no liberation, war all the time, work all the time. It's this combination of factors that just, like, it means that we live in an increasingly violent world. It's the deepening and the crushing nature of neoliberalism, and you know, whether these guys are ISIS, even if they were fucking planted by Israel, it is all related to, you know, the way in which the world is at the moment. Because the kind of thing that drives someone to join ISIS is a similar, you know, disdain towards the world, a disdain towards the way that things are, and things, you know, not being able to be changed in any meaningful way. And people get desperate and they think, okay, the way that I change things is I murk a bunch of people off on a beach. You know? Considering what the 7.7 devices are made of, you can make anything dangerous. I'm trying to be careful here. Don't just want to say what they were made of. Yeah. Stealing this joke from Raycase chat, but suddenly every fruit shop in Sydney is owned by a guy named Ahmed and is going gangbusters. Meanwhile, the real one is in hospital. Yeah, that's mad. That's mad. Okay. All right. this is just going to replay the video again and again and again. Let's have a little look at some other stuff. So this is... Can I watch this? Can we watch this? I think we can watch this. I think this is sufficiently censored. I think that this is actually sufficiently censored, so I think we can watch this. Yeah, it's Channel 4 News on YouTube. It should be absolutely fine. Let's take a look.
Shots
so this is another angle.
Australia's most famous beach, packed for sunset. Panic as people on the shore and in the sea run for shelter. As rounds are fired, a moment of bravery. Watch as the man in white, Ahmed al-Ahmed, tackles one of 2 terrorists, targeting hundreds of Jewish people who are...
English speakers will just simply refuse to... It's not going to be pronounced Ahmed al-Ahmed. It's Ahmed al-Ahmed. I just honestly, like... Oh, man. Al Jazeera said the guy had a GoFundMe started for him. He's already at 550,000. Wait, what? Ahmed al-Ahmed? The guy that apprehended the shooter? That's dope. Yeah, give him some dough. Like saying Allah Akbar in the most nasal American accent. You know, it just really stresses me out. It's just like, Ahmed al-Ahmed. Come on, man.
Peacefully celebrating Hanukkah, the festival of lights. The disarmed attacker retreats to a bridge, where his co-assailant...
500k is more than the racist Cinnabon lady. Woke is back. Hell yeah. You know it, comrade.
Naveed Akram continues to fire, shooting Ahmed al-Ahmed twice in the arm.
Hang on a minute. The name of the shooter there...
retreats to a bridge, where his co-assailant, 24-year-old Naveed Akram, continues to fire, shooting
Naveed Akram.
Ahmed twice in the arm. The pair continue their attack before they're surrounded by law enforcement. One is shot dead and the other is seriously injured and apprehended. Police are investigating reports of a third terrorist. They also discovered improvised explosives in the attacker's car beneath the bridge.
Oh yeah, there's a guy attacking him. Yeah, you were right, Rebel Phoenix. There's that's crazy, man. The police had to stop these fucking shirtless Aussies who were probably racist, like beating the shit out of him.
Police are investigating reports of a third terrorist.
This guy taking his shirt off.
Improvised
But I'm gonna stamp on your head, you mad cunt.
Beneath the bridge. Before paramedics arrived, people rushed to help those injured. 11 did not survive. 29 others, including children, were taken to Sydney hospitals.
It was absolute chaos. We didn't know what was happening, where the gunfire was coming from. I saw blood gushing in front of me. I saw people hit, saw people fall to the ground. My only concern was, where are my kids? Where are my kids? Where's my wife? Where's my family? I survived October 7th. I lived in Israel the last...
We're going to come back to this guy, chat. Don't worry. I don't want to hear the rest of what he's got to say.
Running, and there were bullets, and there were so many of them, and we were really scared. We didn't know where they were coming from.
Australian authorities have been conducting raids at several properties as part of their investigation. The country has strict gun laws, meaning this kind of attack...
Someone has set up the GoFundMe. No signs if it's actually by anyone that knows Ahmed. Apparently it's a company called Car Hub Australia. Yeah. Immediate oof. Yeah, we'll come back to that guy.
...is rare.
When I ask for calm, that is really important. This is not a time for retribution. This is a time to allow the police to...
Now I understand why he's saying retribution, because there were fucking shirtless gammon Aussies fucking running over being like, oh fucking hit me, you can't! Fucking stamping on the guy's head even when the cops have like shot the shit out of him.
To do their duty.
Australia's Prime Minister described the
like that's what it will have been. It would have been like a bunch of pissed up fucking racist Aussies on the beach. And like they all shat themselves because these guys had a gun. And like all of a sudden they're not the crusaders that they thought that they were. And then as soon as the cops came and shot him, they're running over to be like, it's time for me to live out my fucking fantasy lop. I'm a crusader here to save the West.
Act of evil.
There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear. We will eradicate it.
But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu criticised the Australian government.
Why? Why do we need to hear from him? Channel 4 News. Why are we saying that they're racists? I missed that bit. I'm just imagining stuff. They might not be racists. Racists do hate wearing tops. This is also a fact. That's why my mind immediately went there. Can I just ask, why do we need to hear from internationally wanted for crimes by the court of International Criminal Court, war crimes and genocide? Why do we need to hear about what this guy has to say? Why do we need to hear what his opinion is on this? Any reason? No? Okay.
Citing a warning letter he wrote.
There's a lot of those in Australia. There's even still a manhunt on for a sovsit who murked 2 cops in Victoria. Cool. That's cool stuff. An international war criminal. Yes, you're looking at Bibi Netanyahu, architect of the genocide of the Palestinian people for the last fucking 20 years.
Them after their recognition of Palestine.
He's wanted for war crimes by the International Criminal Court.
Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia.
What do we do? What do? I don't want to hear what he's got to say. How about I don't want to hear what he has to say? How about that? How about I don't think I need to hear from Hitler? Let's ask. We hear from Hitler live from the Führer bunker. What he has to say about these, about these people that were killed.
A 41-year-old father of 5. His colleague, Rabbi Levi Wolf, who rushed to the scene, was defiant.
As a Jewish people, our light will not be dimmed, and the holiday of Hanukkah will remind us and the world that a little bit of light dispels a lot of darkness, and what we need to do is add in our light.
The darkness of anti-Semitism disrupted the joy of lighting Bondi's menorah today. Around the world, Jewish communities will continue to light those candles in their windows this week in defiance.
The Albanese government literally appointed a commissioner of anti-Semitism from the literal Zionist lobby. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It does not matter what Western nations do. It will never be enough. This is the thing. It will simply never be enough. In the same way that the Zionist entity was threatening Egypt a couple of fucking months ago because it wasn't cooperating hard enough with stopping Palestinians from getting any aid in Rafah. They said, Egypt, maybe we should bomb it. Maybe we should bomb Egypt, this client state of empire run by a dictator that was put into power because he would be amiable to Israel and the empire. Also, hi, Alejandro. This could have been a random mass shooting. Little details about the shooter in the media was already manufacturing consent. Yes, that's the point. That's the problem, right? People were already saying, I mean, you could put 2 and 2 together and say, yes, targeting specifically people who were lighting a menorah on the first day of Hanukkah. Absolutely. There was also an attack, the Heaton Park synagogue attack happened on Passover, first day of Passover. You can put 2 and 2 together there and you can get 4, but you can sometimes get 5. But I think it's fairly safe to say that it probably was motivated by a hatred of Jewish people. And again, I'm not gonna say what my take is straight away, because I think that we should just look at the reports and then I will tell you what I think.
Rising threat against them.
Well, Australian broadcaster Hamish MacDonald is the presenter of Mornings on ABC Radio Sydney. I spoke to him a short while ago and asked him what the mood is like there just hours after the attack.
It's not an overstatement to say that I think Australia is devastated by these events. This took place in Sydney's backyard, Australia's backyard, Bondi Beach, the place that so many travel from all over the world to see as that single snapshot of Australian life. And that is very much what this place is all about. It was a Sunday evening. It was a perfect early summer evening. Friends of mine that live here said you couldn't have asked for a better Sunday evening. Another friend had just jumped on a surfboard because she saw her friend riding some nice waves not too far from here, and it was interrupted. It turned to chaos. There was pandemonium. Hundreds of people running south from the beach, north from the beach, up the hill. Some people still carrying beers in their hands because people were coming into bars and pubs and cafes and restaurants and saying...
It's crazy that he's like, some people were still carrying beers in their hands. And it's like, yeah, man, we get it. Australia has an alcohol problem. What do you want me to say, man? They were getting shot at and they were like, can't drop my fucking beer, mate. I'm gonna put down my fucking can. Am I? I'm gonna do that.
Run for your life. And so, sadly,
that's crazy.
At least 12 people have been killed, including, of course, one of the gunmen we now know. But I think, obviously, it's significant.
12 old buckaroos. In Australia, it's more like 10 buckaroos.
But it is also the single biggest shooting in Australia since 1996.
This is going to have a profound impact, isn't it, on Australia? It's not something of the like that the country has seen before.
Was he not listening? Bro, he just said the largest shooting happened in 1996, and that's when they changed all the gun laws. What are you talking about? Brother, what the fuck happened then? He was literally just saying, am I losing my mind? Why has journalism got so bad? It's crazy. This
Jewish contacts of mine, friends, have been in touch tonight saying, you know, we've been...
He's got his question list and he wasn't listening.
Questioned whether we were exaggerating when we said this sort of thing might happen. And so I think there's a sense of deep regret in the Jewish community that their worst fears have been realised. As I drove down here to Bondi Beach tonight, I stopped off and saw an Orthodox Jewish friend of mine who spent her afternoon ferrying, crying, distressed, hysterical young women.
Right, and I think that, you know, if there has been any amount of people not taking things seriously, so, I don't know, non-Jewish Australians, I guess, saying, oh no, you've got nothing to worry about, it's fine, right? I would argue that that is more to do with... I think just like a lack of care for Jewish people, and I don't even think it's related to Israel or Palestine. I think if like the majority of like so-called normal Aussies were just there being like, you know, I mean, from what I know, the majority of Sydney is pro-Palestine, right? And they don't like Israel. It doesn't mean that they're anti-Semitic. Doesn't mean that they hate Jewish people. But I think that, you know, this reporter is probably referring to stuff like that. Oh, we haven't listened to the concerns of Jewish people, right? But if there is a targeting of Jewish people by someone who genuinely hates Jewish people and or Israel, because, yeah, sure, it could be that. And it is related to Israel in some way, I think, is what I'm trying to get at here. It's only because of the conflation of Judaism and Israel, right? It's only because of the conflation between being Jewish and the state of Israel, the existence of it, and You know, that is what is endangering Jewish people everywhere, right?
Of the Jewish community that were here at the Hanukkah event, up the hill to their residences because they could not get out of here. Just think
Just
of the
a
timing.
cut back to him looking a bit pensive there.
First day of Hanukkah, the lead up to Christmas. This is when Australia kicks back for their summer holidays.
And the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has said he's going to eradicate this hate. I mean, what might that look like? And do people believe he's able to do it?
I think it's very hard to know how he intends to do that, speaking honestly. Sydney particularly is a city that has felt these divisions that you've felt there in the UK that have been...
Oh, dude. Here we go. Here we fucking go, bro.
Felt all over the world, particularly in this 2-year period since the October...
Oh, my God. The natural consequence of that conflation or Israel proxy false flag, they're trying to pin it on Iran. I genuinely don't think it's a false flag. I know that I said I was gonna save my opinion for later, but I will say that straight away. I don't think it was a false flag. We're so back at October the 7th. It never ended. It never ended. October the 7th will be every day until morale improves. Or until Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed from the world. And then Syrians have been ethnically cleansed from the world. And then the Lebanese have been ethnically cleansed from the world. And then the Yemens have been ethnically cleansed from the world. And then etc., 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 etc.
7 attacks, the friction points that have emerged that probably existed all along, but that have boiled up in this period of more acute conflict, have been very present here in Australia and have been shocking to many.
But as well as that barbaric violence, we also saw extraordinary heroism today, didn't we?
Yes, I mean...
Yes, and what was the ethnicity of the person who did that? Will that be mentioned? Let's find out.
That video of the man tackling from behind one of the gunmen, wrestling the gun from him.
The man.
Honestly, everyone I've spoken to that lives around here points to that video and that man. My Orthodox Jewish friend that I spoke to on the way down said, you know, it was those sorts of Australians, ordinary Australians, who stood up in the face of that violence.
Ordinary Australians. Ordinary Australians.
Well, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
It was an ordinary Australian, wasn't it? It was. It was. Why wouldn't you say his name, bro? That's crazy that you didn't say his name, dude. I wonder why that is. Yeah, man. He was just an ordinary Australian. And I'm not even saying that with like a hint of irony there. Like, he is just like an ordinary Australian, isn't he? Just happened to be Muslim and brown. And have a name that, you know, doesn't come out of the mouth of someone like this very easily. Chat, I'm just going to run to the toilet real quick. I'm not going to be too long. I'll be right back. Stretch your legs, take your meds, yada yada. You know the drill. Okay. I'm back. Got some other sources here. Let's take a look at this one from 7 News Australia. Hero suffers 2 gunshot wounds in Bondi Beach shooting.
The gentleman who raced into the scene to disarm one of the gunmen, we're just learning some details about him because he has been shot. Now, we are confident in saying that that is him. One of his relatives has just spoken to one of our reporters. We've got an interview coming in. We understand that this gentleman's name is Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He's a 43-year-old married father of 2. And he raced in to help. We understand.
That's mad, bro. Let's take a little look at this again. It looks like he's like chinning him again and again and again.
His name is Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He's a 43-year-old married father of 2. And he raced into help.
No, he's not really. He just kind of wrestles it off him. I thought he was punching him. He's not. He didn't do that.
No experience with guns. He was just walking past. We are told that he has 2 bullets in his arm.
Imagine that's your fucking dad. Imagine that's your fucking dad. Rough 33. Alejandro, my man's just been shot. Imagine saving a bunch of people's lives and getting fucking shot. And people find out information about you, and some motherfucker on the internet, some communist on the internet goes, rough 43. Rough 43, bro.
I think he's going to be okay. And in the next hour, let's have a listen to the heroes just talking about his acts this evening at Bondi Beach.
Still, he's in the hospital, and we don't know exactly what's going inside. But they said the doctor, he's very okay. And next 2 hours, they let us to go in and see Ahmed because he's still inside and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. He's a hero because what we see on the social media, he's 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots. One.
Hey PvP, what's going on?
And one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No.
I don't think it's ageism to say that someone is a rough 43. I don't think you can call that ageism. I think that ageism is... I think the ageism thing, like the saneism discourse, right? Because there's a lot of this stuff that goes around in online circles where people say, no, don't say that someone's a psycho, don't say that someone's crazy, don't say that someone's insane, yada yada yada. It's not about that. It's about the material impact that society has on people because of their age, right? I don't like it when people, and I'm not saying that you're doing this on purpose, PvP. I think that a lot of people just get it really twisted, and they think that a lot of politics is just about like using the right words. You know what I mean? And I think that it's provably not that. It's provably not that. It's demonstrably not that. I think that it is about understanding how society oppresses people in various different ways. People who are older are absolutely oppressed in various different ways, and people who are younger are oppressed in various different ways. But it's not about saying that people look old or they sound old or an old person looks bad or whatever. It's not that stuff. Anyway, yeah, pretty good interview there. Let's have a little look here at some other stuff. Questions over ISIS links. Australia's terror vulnerability, 9 News Australia. Let's take a look at this one.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage from Bondi. Well, new details this morning are emerging about the terror attack. ASIO previously investigating a link between one of the alleged gunmen and an Islamic State terrorism cell.
For more, we are joined now by security expert Tony Lockroom. Tony, thanks so much for joining us today. I think everyone was very alarmed when we learned that this guy was on ASIO's radar and yet nothing was done about it. I mean, why was that the case?
It's quite incredible, actually, because when you look at the interview that the head of ASIO did yesterday,
Well, using the word ableism to talk about like sanism is also like, it's reductive, right? Because ableism is like, I think a lot of people don't want to talk about the way in which like disabled people, physically disabled people, are disabled by society, right? They don't want to have like an in-depth discussion about that. They want to just be like, say right thing, do right thing, say right thing, right? You know? Oh God, the Israel flag. Oh no, what is? Why is it just the Israel flag? Why is it just the Israel flag? These fucking news outlets are responsible for shit like this. They're responsible for shit like this. They really fucking are. You are saying, like, look, I'm gonna be real. There is some stuff about this that has connections to Israel. There are some people in this shooting who had connections to Israel. We're gonna get to that, right? But I think it's absolutely fucking cracked to be like, yeah, okay, like all these Jewish people died, let's put an Israel flag on it. That's so fucked, dude. It's so fucked. How many of those people would have wanted that? That's the other thing, right? You know? I don't doubt there is definitely one person who died. There is definitely one person who died, who got shot there, who would be fine with this. But, you know, there's a lot of different opinions in the Jewish community, in different Jewish communities. They will turbocharge anti-Semitism if they keep this up, and it is what Israel wants. It's what Israel wants.
It was almost like, you know, we know this guy. Okay, we actually found out that
messed up.
He possibly...
We could talk about ableism another time, but I think it is important to make that distinction. I just wanted to make that distintion.
Could have played on the fringes, okay, but we weren't really concerned. So he showed this particular kind of position that...
Hey, Day28, how you doing? Welcome in.
Whatever, let's hose it down.
Just for context, how many people would be like that on the fringes, as you say, in Australia?
In Australia, it's very difficult to quantify, to be honest with you, because you've got a lot of the rise in right faction right now, okay, and it's actually integrated into some of the actual terror groups. And it's very, very difficult to quantify it, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've reached out to America to find out just exactly what is going on with the overall.
Also, these two went to the Philippines.
Yes.
And we know there's some hardline terrorism cells over there and some training. They'll be looking into that.
This is so cool, man. Australian racism is just like another level. It's just like another level. They went over to the Philippines. There's some hardcore terrorist cells there, man. Sure, man. Like any brown country that surrounds you. Yeah. I don't know, man. Throw in some anti-indigenous racism in there a bit. Like what if they were training, you know, in the outback, bro? Come on, get it in there. You might as well.
Aspect of it.
Absolutely. You're looking at the Indonesia, you're looking at the Philippines.
Indonesia.
Look at all different places.
Philippines.
Really,
they're all scary and Muslim, dude. They're all scary and Muslim, so obviously that's where they're from.
From Jamar Mujahideen, Bangladesh, Jamar Islamic Mujahideen.
Bangladesh. Anywhere that's brown.
And also some of the other groups as well have actually kind of stayed there within these communities and been able to hide there. Ready to be activated, you know, back on any mainland.
Ready to be activated.
I know.
Any Muslim in Australia could be a terrorist. They're just waiting to be activated. There is a guy with a fucking bandana on somewhere with scary Arabic words that you can't read. Yeah, you don't know what it says. It could say anything. It could say anything. It could say, I'm gonna steal your dick specifically. You just don't know. And it's so scary. And this guy has a remote and he just goes bang! And all of a sudden, fucking 10 Muslims explode wherever they are. Come on, man. Be so serious. Be so fucking serious, man. Yes, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. And this is what Israel wants, by the way. Without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt, this is what Israel wants. Israel wants people to be terrified of Muslims so it can sit there and go, look, we're killing all the Muslims. It's good. Syria, full of Muslims. Don't ask about the Christians. Palestine, they're just the same as ISIS. Palestinians, Palestine doesn't exist. They're all just Arabs and they're all Muslims. There's no distinction. Islam is the religion of hate. It's genuinely haunting. It's also extremely unsurprising and banal, like the genocidal propaganda just on TV from a normal outlet. Yep. Sounds just like the US. Yep. Absolutely. Can't report what global hegemon is backing these groups. Nope. Definitely not. Don't talk about that. Shh. Throwing darts at countries in Asia and just being like, yeah, terrorists. Yeah, that's where they're from. Terrorists. Just fucking crazy, man. It'd be like if a Catholic person from the UK or Ireland or France and suddenly they put the flag of the Vatican. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Except that Israel does not like have a pope. Sorry. Judaism does not have a pope. Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. The guy who took the gun from one of the shooters is a Muslim, but Netanyahu was claiming the guy was Jewish. Yes, I heard that, yo. Yeah, before anyone even said it. Before anyone even, like, fucking, you know. Released any information. Before anyone, like, found out any information. It was just like, yep, there you go. Hello, Director SPV. No, I will not be giving you my Discord link. You don't even follow me, dog. Why would I give the Discord link to a random chatter who created their account at the start of the month and doesn't even fucking follow me, dude? Why would I do that?
Authorities are relieved that it's contained to these two people at this point.
Yep.
But the connections, if they're established overseas, would be the dawn of a new era for our services who are trying to prevent this stuff from happening and make it even more tricky.
Look, the problem is, okay, we were the land of milk and honey.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened for many, many years, and I'm not shocked that this has happened. I'm sorry to say this. It's been coming, and what's happened is the actual kind of Islamic State itself has grown. It's grown significantly since COVID. COVID went quiet, everything went dead, okay, but they continue to actually kind of regroup and redouble as well, so.
Just say anything. Just say anything. Just say literally anything.
The interesting thing about Islamic State is I think we all thought it had kind of disappeared, right? We obviously saw the killing of those American soldiers as well as a civilian in America by Islamic State in Syria just the other day. So they are having this resurgence. Is that really, are we to be concerned about their rise again?
Oh, yeah.
100%. And, you know,
now, here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. Islamic State have not gone away. And there was never any kind of like... I'll tell you who did. I'll tell you who made the biggest dent in Islamic State. And it was the feminist army, the pro-feminist army, the pro-women's liberation army of northeast Syria, Rojava. Yeah? Let me see if we can find this video. Hell yeah, Doug. This is not the tune that they were listening to. That's not the tune. That's not the tune that they were listening to. The YPG put some work into. That's who I'm referring to. The YPJ and the YPG. That's literally who I'm referring to, Luna. So, you know, those are the people who fucking... are you sure it wasn't? Yeah, I am sure it wasn't. They're listening to Hopa Hemsin by Marsis, a Turkish band. Do you remember when ISIS bombed Israel by accident one time and apologized? Yeah. Yeah, man. Look, yeah, you know, ISIS were attacking a bunch of communist revolutionaries, anarchist communist revolutionaries in northeast Syria, indigenous-led as well, Kurdish revolutionaries. And ISIS were like, we can't have that, bro. Yeah, get rid. You know, ISIS had taken over northeast Syria. They were doing beheadings, led by fucking Ahmed al-Jalani, al-Sharaa, as he's now been renamed. Al-fucking-Jalani now, you know, was on the most wanted list for literally beheading American citizens and shit, and now he's the celebrated, at the White House, president of Syria. After Assad, after the fall of Assad, you know, and I think it's important to remember that ISIS is definitely a result of imperialist meddling in the West Asia region and an abundance of weaponry. You know, the Taliban exists because the Imperial Corps was fucking around in Afghanistan because we could not allow the Afghani people to have a socialist revolution. It was not allowed. So Thatcher funded the Mujahideen. I believe it was also Reagan, probably. Funded the Mujahideen Taliban, like the early start of the Taliban. But it was various different factions. They were just anti-communist, and then the Taliban rose to power because of the power vacuum that happened because of the meddling in the region. And then ISIS, similar fucking situation, but it's because of the various different coups and regime changes. After Saddam Hussein. After Saddam Hussein was murdered, because obviously it was Al Qaeda and then ISIS as well. You know, this and of course, total infiltration by Western assets. Because as soon as they saw, oh, this group is rising to power, they had to infiltrate it. You know, so there are guys, as in like the Imperial Corps, you know, supports and Israel funds ISIS. Like, this is just it's the truth. It's what happens. Now, I'm not saying that Israel funds ISIS and they totally control it. I think that Israel benefits from having a radical extremist Muslim faction that causes terror all over the world and are explicitly anti-West. They will also be anti-Jewish. They will also be legitimately anti-Jewish. I believe that's like a stated fact by ISIS. And it is generally because of the conflation of Israel and Jewishness, right? Palestinians are obviously far more sophisticated. Like, you cannot, this is why the allegations that Hamas are the same as ISIS are completely bunk. Because Palestinians, you just cannot compare any Palestinian faction. You simply cannot compare any Palestinian faction to ISIS. You know, there is no comparison to be made whatsoever. Yeah, Hamas have literally hunted ISIS down. And they did. Abu Shabab was affiliated with ISIS, and he was funded by Israel in Gaza, and he was murked off a week or two ago, right? Again, not saying here that Israel have gone, here ISIS, go and murder some Jews on Bondi Beach, here's £1 million. They've not done it. They've not done that, right? I think that what has happened here, I'm going to just say my take because we're already starting to get into the fucking weeds of like just the worst racists in Australia, the worst fascists all over the world, and Zionists, just saying whatever they want about Muslims and Islam and completely conflating all this stuff, you know. So, here's my take. Again, I think it's like the Heaton Park synagogue attack. I think it's the same. My take is the same. I think it's likely that there have been people who hate Jewish people because of the actions of Israel, and that is why Israel loves that shit and tells Jewish people all the time, all over the world, you're not safe unless you come to Israel and get a gun and shoot Palestinians to make you feel safe. And that is why they do that. And I think that there are going to be people who have turned around and gone, right, it's gone too far now. We're going to shoot these fucking, this group of Jewish people on the beach, right? And I do think that there is genuine anti-Semitism in there. I do think that that is true. Again, Israel benefits from it, right? And I think that you can kind of see that in understanding some of the people who were at this particular event. And that's what we're going to get into now. This is BM on Twitter. So this account, I really hate you. He's an Israeli guy who is like, I'm not living in this fucking country anymore. Many such cases when he realized how fascist and gross it is. So let's take a look at this. It's not going to take me to the original tweet, is it? No, it is. Yeah, okay. Is it going to take me to the original thing? No, it isn't. Okay, well, here's the post. Dear soldier, I hope you guys are safe. I know you guys are working so hard to take Gaza down. October the 25th, 2023. Chabad emissary in California, David Elizri, reads a letter by an 8-year-old Jewish American kid studying in a Chabad school in Florida. Eli Schlanger can be seen on the right next to Channel 14's host Tal Meir. I'm just going to quote some more from the excerpt since it encapsulates so well a lot of what makes Chabad a dangerous extremist organization with a massive role in the Holocaust of Palestinians. So just to be clear, chat, when I've spoken before about Israel exporting rabbis all over the world to spread Zionist narratives, Chabad is one of the organizations that does that, essentially. Tell me, quote, we have here friends who came from the diaspora from the Miami area in... Chabad is said with the H sound, not the ch. So it's Chabad, like that. Chabad. We have friends here who came from the diaspora, from the Miami area in Florida, who basically came to raise donations. In 2 days, they raised about $1 million. They brought a lot of funds, both the Gaza envelope residents and for the IDF soldiers. Rabbi David Elizri, we came to bring a message to the state of Israel and to the citizens of the diaspora Jewry. It stands to all the citizens that all of the diaspora Jewry stands behind them. So again, we've got this message here. All of diaspora Jewry. That's all Jews everywhere. So this is, you know, this is what people in Palestine hear. They hear things like this. All of diaspora Jewry stands behind Israel. These messages all the time. So it's really good. It makes Jewish people all over the world safe, doesn't it? Right? When not just Palestinians who luckily have a sophisticated understanding of what is happening to them, but also other people in the region who may be less sophisticated in their understanding and simply hate Jewish people, right? Because of what Israel does. They're going to hear this stuff, aren't they? And that's not just true for people in the region. It's also true for people outside of the region who hear this stuff all the time, right? And they're not exposed to the correct understanding, the nuance of what is going on there. And they immediately go, oh, Jews everywhere just love Israel, bro. They just love it. Every Jew everywhere loves Israel. They say it all the time, right? It makes Jewish people unsafe. In 2 days, we managed to raise a lot of money and also arrange for 77 Chabad rabbis, Chabad emissaries from all over the world to organize flights and come here. There is a lot of interest in the American press about it, and each person has a large community that they really greatly influence. Morton, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 4 months. How are you doing? We want to bring the message abroad. Yesterday, we had a party for Armored Corps soldiers. We danced with them, and we ate, and we said l'chaim. And the children sent letters. There's children in our school all over the world sent letters to the soldiers, which is disgusting. They're indoctrinating kids into sending letters of support to genocidal military freaks. So let's take a look at this. More footage of the late Chabad emissary Eli Schlanger from October the 25th, 2023, raising money for Israel's genocide in the makeshift Channel 14 studio in Pedwell settlement in the West Bank. The Chabadniks can be seen dancing with settler leader Yossi Dagan and Israeli soldiers. So that's who this guy was. I think that's him there playing the guitar. I might be wrong. Oh no, that's him. That's him filming. Let's have a look at what this guy, the kind of thing this guy used to say. I think this might be in Hebrew.
and supported the Jewish people of Israel. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I am here at the Marpeset Shel HaMedina, which means the porch of the country. It's an unbelievable place. It's a very, very high peak, and from here you can see half the country. Unbelievable place. Can you imagine if this was in the hands of the Arabs? This is right in the heart of the West Bank. This is why this needs to be in the hands of the Jewish people, because of its security, and obviously the obvious, because it belongs to us, because it's our land. I'm standing over here with a beautiful, beautiful Chayal, a soldier, a man who has left his family to be able to protect this village at this very, very heightened moment. What's your name?
And my name is Dolev.
Dolev. And Dolev, on behalf of the entire village over here, has received a very, very sizable donation from our community in Sydney, and he has a couple of words to say.
Okay, so first of all, hi from Israel to the beautiful community of Sydney. As a representative of the reserve that we stationed here, I want to thank you for your donation. We still need some lot of equipment like shoes, new vests.
Can I show your shoes?
Yeah, I'm still not wearing proper army shoes.
You understand? He's in the army and he's wearing regular sneakers. Shouldn't work like that.
So
we're being called.
Now, it's not right.
There you go.
It's not right.
Okay, we're leaving.
It's not right to hold everybody up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're coming. You're coming.
Okay, we're walking.
So thank you very much for your donation. It's going to go directly to support our battalion here.
So this guy was soliciting donations that would fund IOF fascists from people in Sydney. That's what this guy was doing. This is one of the guys, Eli Schlanger, one of the guys that got shot. Now, again, chat, we could be sophisticated in understanding this. You know, this guy didn't have to be shot. I don't think anyone should have lost their lives. I think it's disgusting when anyone dies. But if we are talking about motivations of a shooter who has targeted this particular place, and, you know, if there is any anti-Israel sentiment at all, it could possibly be related to this guy. And of course, you know, it wasn't just this guy that got shot. They shot indiscriminately at a bunch of people, which says that, yes, there would have been absolutely anti-Jewish sentiment here as well, because if they wanted to take out a key figure, they could have just taken out this guy and that would have been it, right? But no, they shot a bunch of people. But again, I would argue that, yeah, again, this kind of fucking anti-Semitic attack happens because of stuff like this. You know, this guy is talking about Judaism and he's soliciting, you know, donations from people who may not want to, you know, they may not want to support what's going on over there, but they're being like coerced into donating and saying, you got to support this, you got to support this, you got to support this. It's sick, right? And one of our resident anti-Zionist Jews, Husker, in the chat is saying, something important people may not know about Chabad. Even though most religious Jews are against trying to get people to convert, Chabad recruits the same way Christo-fascist white nationalist groups do. They look for poor people, homeless, addicts, etc. What might appear to be a harmless free meal or help with housing or beach event, for that matter, suddenly has you fraternizing with ardent Zionists with intent to indoctrinate. Correct. And again, I'm not saying that the shooters targeted this guy particularly, but if they did, and again, remember chat, the Heaton Park Synagogue also had ties to the IDF, still has ties to the IDF, still does, still supports the IOF, openly. There may be people who are just, you know, they don't think one way or the other about Israel. They don't reject it, but they don't support it. They may just be totally apolitical on it, but they go into the synagogue to worship, and they are being put in danger by their affiliation with Israel if people are targeting it because of Israel. And to be clear, I disavow that shit. I don't think it's good to be shooting people at all, right? I just don't. Right? In an ideal world, the occupation would stop what it is doing, and that would be great. That would be great, and that would be good. I don't think that shit like this benefits anybody. But if we're talking again, like I say, about motivations of shooters, and if people want to say this is happening because people hate Israel, then okay, man, let's play your game. Let's play your game. Who is endangering the life of Jewish people? Who is doing that? Is it the pro-Palestinian movement who unequivocally say that there should be an end to all violence, and the occupation needs to end now? Or is it the people doing a genocide? I don't know, man. Who's doing it? Doing a genocide in the name of Judaism, nonetheless. Hey, that dude, Zoo. How you doing? Welcome in. So, that's one of the guys, Eli Shangler. Now, let's take a look at the other guy. The guy that we saw. Now, this guy didn't die, but he was there. And his name is Arsen Ostrovsky, who's been cheering for the slaughter of Palestinians for 3 straight years. Now, it looks here that this guy survived some kind of an attack. Some kind of an actual wound that has happened. Now, what I will say is that there's a lot of stuff going around on Twitter saying that this guy poured fake blood all over himself. I want to fucking, like, I want to cut any of that shit out straight away. I've seen those fucking pictures. They're absolutely AI. Look at the cars in the background. They don't look fucking real. I'm sorry, but it just did not happen. But what I will say is that this guy clearly fucking, like, took a moment during an active shooter situation to take a selfie of himself. Which is fucking mad. Which is absolutely fucking mad, dude. That's fucking crazy. I will say that that is fucking crazy, right? What is going on here? What the fuck is going on there? So, Arsen Ostrovsky. Now, this is the picture that's going around, and this is the car that I want to tell everybody to fucking look at. Look at this shit. This doesn't look real. Yeah? This is a very interesting AI image that someone has cooked up, and it's not good. It's not good when this shit happens, because I just don't think it serves anybody to be sat here saying, yes, this is immediately real, without any kind of a fucking, like, come on, man, what are we doing? Look at the fucking car in the background, chat. Look at it. It's all messed up. It's all fucked up. I'm sure there's other stuff here, but the car is the first thing that you should be noticing with your eyes and going, there's something not looking quite right there. It looks like the rear windshield is doubled, right? Yeah, and also, why are there so many tripods? Why is there so much lighting? It's just so stupid. It's really fucking stupid. So I don't want anyone to be fucking falling for that shit. Please, man, come on. Be so for real. Yeah? Even people like this saying, like, this media is likely original and not generated by AI. Sorry, man. I don't believe a fucking single thing about that shit. You know? Anyway. Who is Arsen Ostrovsky? Well, chat, why don't we have a little look? Why don't we look at the kind of thing this guy says? Oh, here he is with a picture in hospital. Knesset lit up in the colours of the Australian flag. Oh, the king has made a statement? Oh boy. Oh boy, dude. A message from the king to the people of Australia following the anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi Beach. Why does King Charles think that Australians want to hear from him, man? My wife and I are appalled and saddened by the most dreadful anti-Semitic terrorist attack on Jewish people attending the Chanukah celebration at Bondi Beach. Our hearts go out to everyone who has been affected so dreadfully, including police officers who were injured, while protecting members of their community. We commend the police, emergency services, and members of the public whose heroic actions... I'm skimming through this, and there's no mention of Israel, so that's interesting. Okay. I mean, the king the king probably valued his mother's view on Israel, which is crazy considering that she's the head of the colonized fucking empire that we control. But anyway, whatever, man. Okay, King Charles talking about it, apparently. Who cares? Alright, let's have a little look here. Let's see what kind of thing Arsen Ostrovsky was tweeting about before this happened. December 13th. Retweeting the Israel Defense Forces. Every day, Hamas refused to release the body of the remaining hostage or disarm, while continuing to target Israel beyond the yellow line, a violation of President Trump's ceasefire agreement. Israel was justified, to eliminate Hamas deputy Riyad Saad, celebrating the death of a Palestinian resistance fighter. Still tweeting about the hostage whose body could not be found under the rubble because Israel completely flattened Gaza. Study finds 60% of media workers killed since October 2023 were tied to Hamas or Islamic Jihad. So just making apologies here for Israel's willy-nilly shooting and murdering of journalists. So that's the kind of person that Arsen Ostrovsky is. So definitely the kind of person who would exploit a tragedy like this in order to try and benefit the state of Israel. Now, again, chat, do I believe that this was a false flag? No, I don't. No, I don't. I've already explained myself. I'm not going to explain it again. I don't think it's any more complex than Israel conflates the actions of Israel with the desires of Jewish people all over the world, and I think that that's how that goes. Kairos. Kairos, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in. Everybody, please go follow Kairos Rev. Great streamer from Brazil. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I'm trying to do my best. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome in. Isa Perez, how are you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. If you don't know me, my name's djmuel. I am a British political streamer, leftist, anarchist, communist, activist organizer. We're currently checking out the Bondi Beach shooting, having a look at some stuff about that, having a look at the way that Israel is spinning this shit. And it's embarrassing and upsetting and bad.
Hello, my old chum.
That's the long and short of it. That's the long and short of it. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yes, please go follow Kairos, everybody. Hope you had a good stream, comrade. Okay, let's take a look here. The father of Ahmed al-Ahmed, the Syrian-Australian Muslim who disarmed the gunman, told local news that his son is a former cop. I don't think this is true. I want to just, like, move on from that real quick. Let's take a look at Netanyahu's immediate response to the Bondi Beach shooting. Let's take a look and see what he said. You pronounce Brazil like Bolsonaro. He has a lisp, but it was better than other Brits normally say it. Right, so you don't say Brazil, you say Brazil. You actually pronounce the Z, yeah? I don't want to be sounding like Bolsonaro. Fucking hell. I couldn't think of anything worse.
ראינו את הרוע בשפלותו, וראינו גם גבורה יהודית בשיאה.
No worries, comrade. Enjoy your post-stream chill.
אני ראיתי בדרך הנה סרטון של יהודי שמתנפל על אחד המרצחים, שומט ממנו את הנשק,
So here's the thing, chat. A lot of people saying like, oh my god, Netanyahu, what an idiot. He just said that it was a Jewish person without even knowing who it was. Wow, what an idiot. What an idiot. No, dude, it doesn't matter. He was just saying it anyway. He was just saying that it was a Jewish person anyway. He knew that it could have not been a Jewish person. He knew that it could have just been like an atheist, agnostic Australian person. When Netanyahu speaks in Hebrew, he is just doing ultimate Hitler shit, white supremacist nonsense. Yeah, control the narrative, get in there straight away. Jewish people are so strong, especially if they support Israel and Zionism, and that's what happened. He used his super Zionist powers to overcome this evil Arab terrorist and save loads of other Jewish people's lives, right? That's the whole thing. But no, it was a Muslim. He's called Ahmed al-Ahmed, right? That's the guy's name. So, cool stuff. Translated again by I Really Hate You, one of the best accounts on Twitter. You see the tag there. This guy, as I said, born in Israel, well, Palestine, but translates a lot of the hateful shit so that we can understand it. And you could probably verify this with Ray, because obviously Ray understands Hebrew as well, being Palestinian. So this is the context as well. This is more context. Just for context, the attack in Bondi Beach happened during a local Chabad event. Chabad is a racist genocidal organization working as a literal foreign agent of Israel all over the world. This organization should not be allowed to operate anywhere. The website of Heaton Park Hebrew congregation are heroic. Soldiers have done all they can to rescue the abducted and combat the terrorists. So this was with reference to October the 7th. Rabbi Daniel Walker of Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation, so that is again Heaton Park Synagogue, avid Zionist Chabad rabbi. So there you go. Let's take a little look here. There has been a guest on Sky News. Let's take a little look here and have a look at this interview. I'm sure it will make everybody not angry whatsoever, really chill. In fact, it will have the opposite effect on your cortisol levels. Your cortisol levels will plummet when you watch this video, I guarantee it.
Yeah. What's your view? Because we've heard from other Jewish people living in Australia this morning, they don't think enough has been done up to now.
My view is really clear. They're very much playing it safe and they pay a lot of lip service. And I've been told that the actual police who are witnessing death threats and chants at, like I have to call it what it is, pro-Palestinian rallies.
Oh. That's what it is. It's the death threats and the death chants at the Palestinian rallies, chat. That's what it is, isn't it?
When they hear death to Jews, gas the Jews, and from the river to the sea, which is
Death the Jews and gas the Jews. That's what they say, isn't it? At pro-Palestine rallies. I've been to plenty of pro-Palestinian rallies in my entire life. I've been to a lot of them, even before October the 7th. You know, I've known about the Palestinian struggle. It was key in my politicization as a person, in my radicalization as understanding imperialism. And yes, they say it all the time, don't they? I am, of course, being sarcastic. I've not once heard death to the Jews or gas the Jews at a pro-Palestinian march. I've not once heard that. And what I do know, though, is that there's a lot of people who go around saying things like gas the Jews, like Count Dankula. He did that, didn't he? He did a thing where he got his dog to do a Sieg Heil, like a Hitler salute, whenever he said gas the Jews. He said that, didn't he? And he did that. And do they talk about this at all? Do they talk about that? Do people talk about that? No, they don't. They always talk about pro-Palestinian rallies. That's interesting. I wonder which country has a vested interest in demonizing Palestinians. I wonder which country that would be. Not really a country, though, is it? It's not real. Yeah, never mind the death and rape threats that Zionists scream at all Palestinian solidarity events. Yeah. Yeah, because that's just fine, isn't it? It's fine to do that if you're a Zionist. I read there's something this morning that blames Zohran Mamdani for not condemning worldwide intifada. So crazy. Right, okay, well, here's the other thing, right? Because this lady also says globalize the intifada from the river to the sea. Globalize the intifada. It's literally just scary Arabic word. That's all the globalized intifada thing is. Intifada just means uprising. It just means shaking off the occupation. That's all it means. Globalize the intifada just means be globally aware of the occupation and who funds it. That's all it means. And also do what you can to shake off the occupation worldwide from where you are. That's all it means. And that means engage in BDS tactics, boycott, divest, sanctions, campaign for those kinds of things in the country that you're in, specifically if you're in a country that arms and funds Israel. Like the UK, like the USA, like Australia.
Is a clear directive of kill Jews worldwide. Globalize the intifada means kill Jews wherever you are.
Right, but as I've explained, no, it doesn't. Kill Jews wherever you are. It's crazy. That translation is crazy, right? It's crazy. That translation, because what they're saying is kill Jews wherever you are. So hang on a minute, there are two English words in there. Globalize the intifada. So intifada is a noun. So what is the noun? What is the noun? And of course, if you ask them, they will say, well, the noun is genocide. They're going to genocide Jews everywhere. They want a genocide of the Jews everywhere. And it's like, well, no, because what you could do is you could go to Google and you can go intifada translation. Can't you? And you can even go to Wikipedia and it says intifada is an Arabic word for a rebellion or an uprising or a resistance movement. It can also be used to refer to a civilian uprising against oppression. And there are some citations there, aren't there, where you can get that. You can get the links to the citation to prove it, right? Yeah, you know what means kill Jews wherever you are? Hannibal Directive. Who created that? Who came up with that? Who came up with the Hannibal Directive? Yeah, I wonder. In Arabic language usage, any uprising can be referred to as an intifada, including 1916 Easter Rising. So that was the Easter Rising when, to take the orange, white, and green, Britannia's Huns bombarded Dublin town. But then the black and tans, like lightning, ran from the rifles of the IRA. 1943 Warsaw Ghetto Uprising wasn't intifada. 1949 Jeju Uprising. I don't know what this is. What is this? South Korea insurrection on Jeju Island, South Korea. Was this against the United States? An intifada? When used in English outside of the Arab world, the word is primarily referred to the two Palestinian uprisings against Israeli occupation. 4 different sources to prove that that's what it is. So, we live in a reality where people can just lie. They could just go on TV and just lie.
And just so you know, the Jews that go to a Hanukkah party are very...
And also the morphology, shaking off or dusting off. Correct, yes. That's the literal translation, right?
Open. Everybody there were probably very few ultra-Orthodox Jews at this party. It's mostly secular Jews.
Hey, Elron Hobod, how you doing?
Everyday Aussies.
Yeah, okay, man. Yeah, cool stuff. Netanyahu sought to blame the shooting in Sydney, at least in part, on Australia's decision to recognise a Palestinian state earlier this year. That's cool, isn't it? That's good. A horrible massacre in Australia, and already Netanyahu is cynically manipulating it to blame Palestinians in Australia itself. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, sought to blame the shooting in Sydney. Oh, that's just the same thing. This is from Aaron Boxerman. Hey, Banker, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sars also politicised the horrific mass shooting in Australia, placing blame on slogans chanted by anti-genocide protesters. So, you know, again, you've really got to ask yourself, chat, am I repeating the words of a wanted international criminal, or at least someone who associates with wanted criminals, criminals who are wanted for genocide, in the same government as them? Am I repeating the same things? Am I indeed repeating the same things that an internationally wanted for genocide war criminal would say? Really got to ask yourself that when you're just saying stuff. This is ludicrous. So this is Ephraim Mervis. Let's have a look here and see what he's doing. I'm sure he won't be repeating the same thing that a wanted war criminal and genocider is saying. He won't be saying that, will he?
Thing we knew was inevitable. We were praying, hoping that it would never happen. But no surprise, because of the tone on the streets within our societies, with the hatred that is being expressed to the Jewish state, to Jews and to Judaism.
The Jewish state. Never mind that you can just go there as a Christian, and as long as you just convert to Judaism, you can fight in the IOF and get a free kill, can't you? You can do that. You could do that. If you want, you could convert, and you can go there and you can just shoot a brown guy for free and not get put in prison for it. In fact, you'll get celebrated. And if you choose to rape a brown person to death, you will also get celebrated, and you will have people fight for your right to rape brown people to death. That's the Jewish state. It's cool, isn't it? It's really cool. You know.
And therefore, what's happening around us is inspiring some people to translate hate speech into hate action. You know, my own story is not really so important. One of our children called me to say, "Have you heard?" And then
thank you for the follow.
Agonizing hours, actually, to discover what really transpired. Who was this an attack on? Who was involved? Who was implicated? How many were dead? How many were injured? But deep down, we knew this was an attack on Jewish people for the sin of openly celebrating their Jewishness. Time and time.
I mean, that part, sure, I believe it. Absolutely. Who is responsible? And again, I'm not saying that this, I'm not saying it's a false flag. I genuinely do not believe it is a false flag. I genuinely do not believe that Israel needs to do a false flag. I think this is the key thing to try and get home to people who want to be conspiratorial about this. Israel doesn't need to do false flags. Most of the fucking countries all over the imperial court are doing exactly what it wants. It wants a total genocide in Gaza. It's getting that. It is continually pressing the yellow lines in towards the Gaza Strip, expelling the Palestinian people. It's doing it all the time. Right? It's doing it all the fucking time. It doesn't need to leverage any state power in order to achieve its goals, because it is doing it. It is getting its goals done. Could you make an argument and say that it needs to, wash its reputation worldwide? Sure. But I don't understand how it would be doing that by, again, killing a bunch of Jewish people in Bondi Beach. I don't understand how it would do that.
And that's what we have experienced. But you know what? We saw those scenes at Bondi Beach, far more people than the first night. And that's how it's going to be here in the UK and right around the world. We're strong, we're tenacious, and we will celebrate our faith without fear.
You said there about hate speech.
Yeah, what's the hate speech, dude? Let's hear it. Let's hear it, man. I'm sure you won't repeat the words of a genocidal piece of shit fascist. I'm sure you won't. I'm sure you won't do that, man. I'm sure you're not going to do that.
Being translated into action. And I just wondered if you could expand a bit on that. There has been some criticism, obviously, of the Australian political response to it, but particularly here in the United Kingdom. What is your message?
Oh, wow. Here in the United Kingdom. What's that got to do with anything? If Israel wanted to do a false flag, they wouldn't have chosen a country with limits on semi-automatic weapons. Correct. I agree.
To political leaders, to the Prime Minister.
Oh, what do you think that the United Kingdom should do about something that happened in a completely different country? That dude Zoot, there is a little more to it than that. I don't think there is, dog. I don't think there is a little more to it than that. I don't think there is. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't think there is. Ashlaws, how you doing? This attack brings no goodwill towards Israel and the genocide they're committing in Gaza in the minds of the general public, and that's pretty important to remember, yep. Australia is extremely fertile ground for the debate between Zionists and anti-Zionists in the diaspora. What has that got to do with anything? Do you... Listen, you know that Husker is an anti-Zionist Jew, right? Do you know that? I'm sure he knows about this kind of thing. But I'm being so for real. We don't have to go Candace Owens on this one, man. You don't have to hand it to her. Right?
We have to crack down.
I do not understand why a huge multinational army does not land in Gaza and expel the IDF from the land from the West Bank, because the only person who was willing to do that, who was willing to create an international army to save the world, is Gustavo Petro, and his country is currently under threat of invasion from the United States.
On hate speech in a far more forceful and emphatic way than we previously have been doing. By the way, the Prime Minister called me yesterday to express his solidarity and support, which I genuinely appreciate.
Cool, man. That's cool, isn't it? The Prime Minister was like, right, let me get on to this Zionist that I know. And just be like, don't worry, we still serve Israel. We still will do anything that Israel wants. Just so you know.
For example, cries such as from the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea. Yep.
Or globalize the Intifada.
Globalize the Intifada. Yep.
What does globalize the Intifada mean?
Yep, it means globalize the shaking off.
It means what happened at Eton Park Synagogue in Manchester.
No, you've gone the other way there. You've gone the other way there, buddy.
And Yom Kippur.
No.
It means what happened on Bondi Beach.
No. No. It's not that, my friend. You can just Google it. Again, you can just Google it. You could just Google it. And you can find that actually the correct thing is, in fact, that it's just an uprising. It's the shaking off. That's what the global antifada means. The global antifada. Did anyone watch the Erica Kirk, Barry Weiss thing? They got the dad of the woman who was killed at the Jewish History Museum or something in New York City. Do you remember that shooting when that happened? They got the dad of the woman who was killed there. And he came on. And he was like asking Erica Kirk, what do you think about all these calls to globalize the Intifada? There's just people out here saying shit like enchiladize the frittata, infantilize the globalata. You know what I mean? There's just people saying shit like that. They can't even say it. They can't even say it right. They're just saying whatever they want. The Nelly Furtado. Globalize the infantadis. It's just say whatever you want season, innit? It's like say whatever you want, believe whatever you want. We don't have consensus reality. All the people that stand against us have had multiple COVID reinfections in their brain. It's given them severe brain damage. They don't give a fuck anymore. It makes them super mad. So as soon as you start to question them, they just assault you in the street, call you a paedophile, say that you're fucking part of terrorist Transtifa and shit like that. You know what I mean? No Network. I think that what one who reads is correctly identifying the irony here that Ephraim Mervis, I think is his name. He is saying that from the river to the sea is a call to genocide Jews everywhere, right? When in fact, it is not used in that way. It just means from one state for Palestinians, run by Palestinians, from the river to the sea. That's what that means. But when Zionists use it, they actually do mean to genocide every single Palestinian. So that's the irony there that she was pointing out. Hello as well, DJ. How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, mamma mia.
The time has come once and for all not to allow such rhetoric to poison the minds of people.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's not what you're doing, is it? You're not poisoning the minds of anyone by telling them wrong things. You're not poisoning the mind of anyone by telling them the incorrect things, are you? No, what you're doing is you're just saying stuff. And, you know, you don't have to be careful about that stuff, do you? Because it only matters when a brown person is saying stuff. That's when they have to be very careful about what they say. But when it's a white guy in Britain who loves Israel, they can just say whatever they want. Whatever you want. You don't have to be careful. You can just say whatever you want. And as long as there's two white people sat on the desk opposite you, you're not going to get challenged. No one's going to ask you any questions about it. You know. Word clouding his fears on live TV. Yeah, it's really good stuff. What's up next? Yes, this is the actual tweet from BM on this. Here he is again on BBC News.
For far too long.
On BBC News saying the same thing again. Ephraim Mervis, Chief Rabbi of the Commonwealth. That's why they're getting him on, by the way, because he's the Chief Rabbi of the Commonwealth.
For far too long, we have allowed chants such as globalize the Intifada and from the river to the sea, which incite hatred.
From the Jordan River, which is right here, to the Mediterranean Sea, which is right there. That will always remain in Israel's hands.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Good. It's just normal stuff. Here we've got Jake Wallace-Simons, depraved Zionist freak. Saying to Zach Polanski is saying, I'm on my way to a Hanukkah event. It should be a celebration, but instead our community is once again mourning. I'm thinking of everyone in Australia and those around the world in the Jewish community who know this fear and loss. We stand with you. Not now, Zach. Not now, Zach. So, what exactly does Jake Wallace-Simons take umbrage with here? Not now what? Not now what? What, dude? Not now what? Okay, that dude Zoo, I'm going to be so for real, dude. I'm going to be so for real right now. I promise you, you're not going to get anywhere. You're certainly not going to be in my good books if you just challenge people in the chat who do not believe that this is a false flag by Israel. I promise you, you're not going to be in my good books and you're not going to convince anyone. So stop it. Right? I've told you what my take on this is. If you don't agree, that's fine. And you're not gonna, you're not gonna convince me that that's what happened. And I don't think you're gonna convince anyone in the chat. Okay? I'm not saying that you're not allowed to have that opinion, that you're like, you know, harming anybody or anything like that. All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you. But you're just not gonna get anywhere. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna. I don't know if that's what you're trying to do, but just give it a rest, man. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's that, chat. Again, just off the back of that, what I was saying to that dude Zoot there. Look, that's my take. You want my take? That's my take. My take is that I don't think that Israel needs to do a false flag attack in order to get any kind of leverage to be able to do what it wants. Because there have been no repercussions for Israel whatsoever since doing its genocide in Gaza, increasing its genocide and ethnic cleansing in Gaza. There's been no repercussions from any country ever. Right? There's been some sanctions that, I don't know, like, is affecting it for sure. And it's probably shitting itself, but it is still able to operate in the way that it wants to operate. Right? Australia has not done any sanctions. Eerie Whoosh, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? All that Australia have done regarding the so-called state of Israel is they have just recognized the state of Palestine, which does nothing for Palestinians, right? It does nothing for Palestinians, right? Hey, Kairos, you are also not going to get anywhere by responding to my chatter, who I, even though have told off, is still a respected member of my community. Yeah? You're also not going to get anywhere by engaging in that conversation. I don't know why people think... Thank you for letting it lie. Yes, thank you. I don't know why people think that when I am having a go at someone in the chat who has clearly been here for a long time, that that's an opportunity to get involved in an argument with them. Do not do that. That's not what we do here. Yeah? Okay. Where was I? The so-called state of Israel does not need to do false flag attacks in places like Australia that have done nothing for the Palestinian people, simply nothing for the Palestinian people, recognizing the state of Palestine, even though that is what Netanyahu has been criticizing, right? Australia for. It does nothing for the Palestinian people, and Israel knows that. It is not in any way trying to punish Australia for this, and it is not in any way trying to punish the UK for this, for also recognizing the Palestinian state, right? It doesn't need to do that. It simply does not need to do that. ISIS operates all over the world, and yes, they have ties to Israel, and yes, they have ties to the USA. I do not believe that there is a guy in a room somewhere going, right, you attack Eaton Park Synagogue, and you attack Bondi Beach, and you do it on the first day of Yom Kippur, and you do it on the first day of Hanukkah. I just don't believe it's happening. I believe that there's a guy doing that at ISIS, probably. And even more, I believe that there are random actors who are just affiliated with ISIS who will do this anyway because they're anti-Semitic and they hate Jewish people. And maybe they hate Jewish people because they hate Israel and they conflate the action of Israel with the action of Jews everywhere. Anti-Semitism is a problem, especially when discussing Israel. It's a real thing that is happening. I don't think we get anywhere by pretending that that isn't happening. I think that it's insulting to our Jewish comrades to say that, like, yeah, there's absolutely no way that people who are predispositioned to hate Jewish people because of the way that Jewish people have been spoken about for fucking decades, for centuries in our world, right? I don't think that, like, we get anywhere by pretending that people who are predispositioned to hate a group of people you know, and now have an excuse to do it. I don't think we get anywhere by saying that these people just don't, like, they're not going to do that. They're not going to, like, just, like, there's no way that there's going to be an increase in hatred towards Jews. I think that we need to be sophisticated in understanding this. Welcoming Krail of Zenth. Israel needs to be abolished. Israel has no right to exist. I also agree with this, just so everybody's clear. I'm an ardent anti-Zionist, pro-Palestinian liberation. That is my position. And yes, anti-Semitism is legitimately on the rise worldwide. If you look at Nick Fuentes talking on Piers Morgan about literally debating the numbers of the Holocaust and saying that that is a legitimate debate that you can engage in, I'm sorry, but do you think there are people who are not going to look at that and go, yeah, now's the right time to do this, actually, considering everybody hates Jews everywhere, I'm going to do it. I'm going to start doing it. Because, of course, it's that conflation, etc. You get what I'm trying to say. So, all right. Maracas Skullman, hello, welcome in. People forget that during World War II, there were atrocities committed against German civilians who didn't deserve it, but that didn't change the facts of the war, and Germans were genocidal aggressors. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? This is what is going on in terms of, like, yes, are there people who say that they're Jewish and that they're acting in the interest of Jews committing a genocide in Palestine? Yes, there are. You know, are there going to be people who take what that fucking colonist project says it's doing, which is acting in the interest of Jewish people worldwide? Are they going to take it seriously and use it as an excuse to attack Jews because they're already predisposed to hate Jews? Yes, they are. Absolutely. And that's it, right? What we need to be in this particular moment is not squabbling as to whether Israel did this as a false flag attack. What we need to be is steadfast and remain committed to the Palestinian liberation cause. That's what needs to happen. Right? It doesn't matter what you think. I don't think we get anywhere by speculating on what happened. I think that we get places by committing to the cause of Palestinian liberation. I think we stay committed to remembering that people in Gaza are dying and drowning in floods because they still do not have homes, because Israel is still bombing them every day. Right? So, that's my entire take on the whole thing. I need you to, like, if you're looking at, like, AI pictures of shit on Twitter, I need you to go outside and touch grass. That's all I'm going to say. If you are genuinely looking at, if you are using Twitter as your source, right, and looking at Twitter and going, yep, that's a picture of a guy doing his makeup to have blood on him, and that means it's a false flag attack. If that's where you are, genuinely, from a place of care and concern, you gotta log off. You gotta log off, man. You gotta touch some grass, go to the gym, eat some fucking vegetables, man. Like, that's where I stand on that, yeah? That picture that I was looking at before, you can't just be sat there saying that that's real. It's insane to think that that's real. You know? Doing OPSEC on Twitter hasn't been a good tool for some time now. I tore an abdominal muscle. I can't bend to touch grass. Well, better than that. Better than that. Don't look at... Better than that, just log off Twitter. Just come off Twitter. Just get off it. Right, okay, chat. I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. I'm sorry, I'm pissing like fuck because I am drinking a lot of water because I'm back in the gym again. Use this opportunity to go outside, step outside for a sec, take your meds, yada, yada, yada. All this kind of stuff. And I'll be back in a tick. I won't be too long. See you in a sec. Oh, okay. Oh, what's up, chat? What is up? Maracas, hello. In my opinion, a big part of the rise is the fact that groups like the ADL are spending less time fighting anti-Semitism and more time unconditionally defending genocide. Yeah, for real. Absolutely. Off topic, what products, if any, do you use on your beard or your mustache that are beautifully maintained? Genuinely, all I do before the stream is wash it. I just fucking wash it, man. Honestly. I use this stuff before I fucking realized that L'Oreal was on the BDS list. I mean, it's hard to avoid it all, and L'Oreal is not on the targeted boycott list at the moment. I bought their barber wash, beard wash stuff just because it's cheap, and it's just really good. I just use that. But if you really want to avoid BDS, any kind of shampoo will do on your beard, to be honest. Probably try for like a thick hair like conditioner. But genuinely, I just wash it. Like, I make sure that I soak it. Like, I put the shampoo in, the beard shampoo in, and I let it soak. I have just had it trimmed on Friday, by the way, at the barbershop. So I had like a close shave all along here and all along here. And all the mustache and everything was just proper, like, leveled out and shit. You know what I mean? One BDS thing I can't manage to quit is Monster Energy. Yeah, but again, it's not on, like, the targeted boycott list, right? Hey, listen, you want to make your own fizzy energy drinks? Gingerbug, bro. Get on a fucking gingerbug. Yeah? Just get a little fucking water, ginger, sugar, put it in a jar, wait for it to bubble. Make some fucking fizzy juice, mate. I'm always impressed by your beard. It's lovely. Thank you very much. My electric trimmer is broke. Been back to the pube scissors. It's rough. I don't have like fucking I don't have scissors. I trust the barbers with the scissors, but not me. I guess I should just get used to it. I guess I should just give it a go. It's really tough to trust myself with it. You know? I did get into an argument yesterday with some fake name physicist guy trying to use Bondi Beach to justify further genocide in Palestine. People were noting that there was nothing online published to his name, and I thought his face avatar looked sus, so I pumped it into one of this Is This AI tools, and it came back as a 100% positive AI diffusion model. Me and Sophie got into an argument with a guy that was like, I'm an anarchist queer, and and was, you know, just found Sophie because she was posting about Zionism. I don't think that he followed her at all. And I looked at this guy's Blue Sky account, and there were like no posts before 2024. It was just nothing. It's just like, that's when he started using Blue Sky. And then I found him on Twitter, and there were like no posts before July 2024. And I was like, oh, it's a Hasbro bot. This is a fucking Hasbro bot. So they're doing all this shit, man. They're doing all this shit. They're doing AI shit. Lexi Alexandra, the Palestinian filmmaker, she doesn't make like political stuff, by the way, just in case anyone thinks like, oh, this is great political. She makes like Muay Thai martial arts stuff. I think she might have made a film about Palestine. I'm not sure, but she's really, really good. I think she's been in this chat once or twice because she follows me on Blue Sky. But like, she's a great Palestinian director, and she was saying there are a bunch of Hasbara bots that will be like pro-Palestine, but in like a proper liberal Zionist way. And what's happening at the moment is that they're like sacking a bunch of people and just using AI. So a bunch of you might be following like a bunch of like leftist pro-Palestine accounts, and then all of a sudden they start like just like chatting rubbish, like saying absolute garbage that doesn't make sense. And it's because they've like outsourced it all to AI. So that the Hezbollah has just been like AI for like the last 6 months. Pretty much most of it has been repurposed into AI. So that's fun, isn't it? It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. I use a Gillette beard wash and Palmer's cocoa butter. I also use Palmer's cocoa butter as well. I don't think anyone should use anything other than Palmer's cocoa butter. It's the best. I've got wiry reddish hair and it keeps it soft and all nice for anyone who cares. Yeah, hell yeah, that's the one. That's how you do it. All right, so we've done with the most stressful news of the day, and I'm pretty impressed that we didn't have any fucking psycho Zionist fascists come in and say any insane shit. We had that one person who's like a cop who was trying to get my Discord. Where the fuck is that guy? This one motherfucker who was like, yo, Discord. And it's like, dog, you're not even following me. You created your account at the start of December. You think I'm not like... You think I don't know I've got ops? I'm a fucking leftist on the internet, dude. I've got I've got so many ops. Let's take a look at the way in which the pro-Palestinian struggle is being fought in the UK. So I haven't really touched on this that much recently. But I will have spoken to you about our friend Yulia, our comrade Yulia, who is one of the Filton 24. I will have spoken about the Filton 24 many times. Many times. Because it is a cause that is very, very close to me. I think that the prescription of Palestine Action is bad. I don't think that they're a terrorist organization. I think that the government is incorrect. I think that direct action against the so-called Israeli war machine is the right way that we can do things. It's the right way that we can stop the genocide in Gaza. I'm, of course, not encouraging anyone to break the law, but I do think, from an analysis perspective, it is the only way. Putting your body in front of the machine that causes the genocide and stopping it, I think is the only way. And that is why Palestine actionists were targeted. MF2 Munir, hello, I've been listening to this a while. Thank you for sharing. Hey, listen, no problem. My pleasure. And thank you for supporting. So, as I was saying, it's why Palestine Action was targeted in the UK. There is verifiable information to say that it was at the behest of the Israeli foreign minister that Palestine Action was cracked down on, even before they were prescribed as a terrorist organization. And yeah, we're going to take a look at what is going on with the Filton 24. There are 6 or maybe 7 hunger strikers because the Filton 24 were held on remand. So they were arrested, put in prison without charge. The charges that they got were downgraded, and they've been held on remand without bail. Sorry, not without charge, without bail. The charges that were initially terrorism charges, they were arrested by counter-terrorism police violently from their homes, most of them. And they've been in prison for almost 2 years, some of them. This will be their second Christmas in prison for the majority of the Filton 24. They are alleged to have destroyed an Israeli weapons factory, which, if they did, based. And if they didn't, well, then they didn't. But we don't know. So, let's take a look at what's going on. Because of the injustice of being held on remand without trial, with no chance of bail, a lot of them have gone on hunger strike. So, let's take a look at this story. This is from Al Jazeera. Increasingly likely potential of Palestine Action hunger strikers dying. Lawyers and relatives of remand prisoners refusing food fear for their lives as they seek meeting with top ministers. So this is not Umer, sorry. This is one of the Filton 24. Kamran Ahmed, Palestine Action linked hunger striker who has high ketone levels and has collapsed in prison. So this is from today. London, United Kingdom. Lawyers and loved ones of hunger strikers linked to the protest group Palestine Action are warning that the activists could die in prison as they accuse the British prison officials of a lack of care and communication, and the Justice Secretary, that's David Lammy, of ignoring their demands for a meeting. So 8 are on hunger strike across 5 prisons, including 2 who have refused food for 44 days. 5 have been hospitalized. Quote, at any moment now you could receive a phone call to get the most unfortunate news, end quote. Shamina Alam, whose 28-year-old brother Kamran Ahmed joined the protest 36 days ago, told Al Jazeera. Ahmed returned to Pentonville prison in London on Thursday after having been hospitalized for a second time. Quote, when he's in prison it's a bit easier because he's making daily phone calls, end quote, she said. But when... Quote starts again, but when he goes into hospital, the connection cuts because the prison stops us from communicating at all, end quote. But Alam's relief when Ahmed called on Thursday was short-lived. The doctor who treated Ahmed told him he will now start to decline and expected him to be hospitalized for a 3rd time, Alam said. Having entered prison at a healthy weight for his height, 74 kilos and 180 centimeters, Ahmed has lost more than 10 kilos and has dangerously high ketone levels. He sounded tired, Alam said. Quote, he's got ulcerations in his mouth, so when he's talking, you could tell it's quite painful for him to talk, like his mouth sounds like it's full. She added, we're at a point where it's very dangerous territory, end quote. Ahmed, who worked as a car mechanic, was arrested by counter-terrorism police in a dawn raid in November 2024, 8 months before Palestine Action was prescribed as a terrorist organization. He's charged with aggravated burglary, criminal damage, and violent disorder over his alleged involvement in the break-in at the Elbit site months earlier. This is the Filton Elbit site where they manufacture drones that mimic the sounds of Palestinian women and children to lure Palestinians out in order to kill them with attached weaponry. He will have spent more than 20 months in prison by his trial, which is set for June 2026. That's in 6 months' time. Palestine Action has accused the UK government of complicity in Israeli war crimes in Gaza and said it is committed to ending global participation in Israel's genocidal and apartheid regime. On December the 9th, lawyers of the remand prisoners wrote to David Lammy, the Justice Secretary, requesting an urgent meeting. There is a real and increasingly likely potential that young British citizens will die in prison having never been convicted of an offence, the law firm Imran Khan and Partners wrote in a letter seen by Al Jazeera. Quote, as the Secretary of State for Justice, you're in unique position of being able to address their concerns before it becomes too late to avoid the death of one or more of our clients, end quote. That is from the letter sent to David Lammy. Of Ahmed, the firm wrote, quote, he feels incredibly dizzy, especially when standing. He suffered from tightness in his chest and shallow breath, end quote. Alam accused the prison service of failing to update the family on Ahmed's health condition and is worried that he is not being observed closely enough. At the time of the publication, the Ministry of Justice had not responded to Al Jazeera's request for comment. The protest is said to be the largest coordinated hunger strike in UK prisons since 1981, when Irish Republican inmates led by Bobby Sands refused food. The demands of the pro-Palestine hunger strikes include an immediate bail, the right to a fair trial, and the deprescription of Palestine Action. They're also calling for all Elbit sites to be closed. Crisis point for activists. Qasser, Zuhra, 20, and Amu Gib were the first to go on hunger strike 44 days ago. They're accused of involvement in the Elbit and RAF action, respectively. Zuhra, who has lost 30% of her body weight, has recently lost consciousness and was hospitalized, according to reports. Her friends and advising doctors told Middle East Eye that prison authorities have refused to provide information regarding her condition. She's 20 years old, chat. 20 years old. And she's willing to die for Palestine. Like, I think that that's what everybody should hear this story and realize, is that is how committed these people are to the cause. You know what I mean? And genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, it is admirable. I have the highest respect for these people, and I know that some people have expressed frustration with it, in that it is a needless act of self-harm and stuff like this, but genuinely, I have the utmost respect for prisoners just in general, and I have the utmost respect for prisoners who are willing to, you know, go this far for the cause of Palestinian liberation. And most of these people are young people. Like, they're young people, 20 years old, you know, 20 to 30 to 35 years old. I think some might be a little bit older, but most of them are. It's the only means of protest that they have left, and it's their bodies. That's right. That's what you need to remember, chat. That's what we need to remember. And you know, you gotta write to your representative, you gotta write to your member of parliament, write to the mayor of your city, write to anyone. You're not gonna have the magic words. You don't need to spend too long on it. Right? Maybe we'll do this tomorrow on the stream. We'll just do a little example of like what you can do to write like a letter to your local MP. You don't have to have them. You're not going to have the magic words that make your MP, especially if they're like an Israel shill. You're not going to have the magic words that just makes them go, oh, now I don't support genocide. You're not going to do that, because we don't have hundreds of thousands of pounds like the Israel lobby does, right? But if we send enough of a message, more and more and more people send in a message, the same message over and over again, it will get to a point where they go, if I ignore this, I'm a fucking idiot, and I'm gonna take the fall that comes with the ramifications of ignoring this message. Right? So, I just wanted to make that point. Okay, so Amnesty International has made a statement saying, quote, reports that Palestine Action activists on hunger strike have been hospitalized due to seriously deteriorating health sends chills down the spine. This is crisis point for these activists. Prosecutors must drop the allegations of a terrorism connection in these cases and end any excessively lengthy pre-trial detention. Lammy has yet to respond to the lawyer's request for a meeting. In Parliament last week, Speaker Lindsay Hoyle told Labour MP John McDonnell, who has written to Lammy about the hunger strikers, that it was totally unacceptable of ministers to fail to respond to the correspondence. Pressure mounted further on Lammy when several days ago, Alam confronted the Justice Secretary while he was attending a Christmas event in London. Video footage shared on social media shows her presenting a letter to him and explaining her family's concerns. We watched this on stream last week, if you remember, chat. He could be seen responding, I don't know anything about this, and later asks, in the UK, which is a lie, by the way. Their exchange was deeply concerning, Alam said. It made me feel more sick knowing that the people who are in a position to end this hunger strike are not engaging. So there you go. Let's take a look at some other news regarding this. Irish solidarity back, as per usual. Because, of course, as Al Jazeera just rightly wrote in that article, this has echoes of the hunger strikers in Ireland by the occupation, suffering under the occupation of Britain in the H blocks back in the day, right? The Pogues and Kneecap join stars back in prison hunger strike in warning to Starmer. Kneecap, Sally Rooney, who was recently told she's not allowed to sell her book, in the UK because she says that she supports Palestine action, even though she's Irish. So that's a great message that the UK is sending to Ireland, isn't it? Again. And the Pogues lead 200 stars in a furious warning to Keir Starmer, demanding he act immediately to save hunger strikers in UK jails from a life or death crisis. So hundreds of top stars, including Sally Rooney, the Pogues, and Belfast rap trio Kneecap, have issued a stark warning to Keir Starmer, throwing their weight behind the message. Over 200 heavyweights from the worlds of music, sport, and film have signed an explosive open letter demanding the Prime Minister step in before prisoners die. The letter, organised by Irish Artists for Palestine, blasts the government's silence as prisoners enter their 5th week without food. Among the A-list signatories are the Mary Wallopers, Denise Gough, Lancome, boxer Tyrone McKenna. They're standing in solidarity with protesters dubbed the Filton 24 and the Briars Norton 5. The Briars Norton 5, by the way, if you don't know, the Briars Norton 5 are the 5 who broke into RAF Briars Norton and spray painted the plane. The RAF plane, which of course that's definitely terrorism in it. When you spray paint a plane, that's terrorism. That's what that is. Who've been banged up without trial for protesting against Israel's actions in Gaza. Terrible from the Mirror here, not calling it a genocide. But whatever, that's the British media for you, isn't it? Don't be like Thatcher. In a direct shot across the bows of the new Labour government, producer David Holmes warned, don't be like Thatcher. It will not end well for anyone, including the Labour government. Gotta go, volunteer. Might get back in time to catch the end of your stream. Thanks for the informative morning and afternoon at DJ Mule. Smash, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Go and enjoy your volunteering. Solidarity, comrade. Good stuff. The prisoners incarcerated for allegedly targeting Israeli arms from Elbit Systems. Yep, we know about this. They've seen their health nosedive. Campaigners say some have been locked up for over a year without trial, a move they slam as grotesque violation of British justice. Spider Stacey of the Pogues said the Pogues support Irish Artists for Palestine. We stand with calls for human rights, dignity, and due process for all political prisoners. The letter paints a grim picture inside the prisons, warning that the protest is now the largest hunger strike in British prisons since 1981. Again, that British prison was in Ireland. It claims the inmates are being denied basic rights, with letters, books, and phone calls being withheld. This is true. We have spoken about this on the stream before. Make of Fight Like Apes said, it's unthinkable that in 2025 citizens are seeing such active inaction from their own elected officials that they see no other option than putting their lives on the line. The Stars have issued 5 urgent demands to Starmer and Justice Secretary David Lammy. End prison censorship with the withholding of letters and calls, immediate bail for Palestine Action prisoners, fair trials for those accused, scrap the terror classification of Palestine Action, and shut down all Elbit Systems sites in the UK. Steve Wall of The Stunning added a chilling prediction. This will go down as a shameful period in UK history, akin to the false charges brought against the Birmingham 6 and the Guildford 4. So if you remember the Birmingham 6, we covered that on the stream earlier in the year. The Birmingham 6 case. 6 men from Northern Ireland who were each sentenced to life imprisonment in 1975 following false convictions for the 1974 Birmingham pub bombings. Their convictions were declared unsafe and unsatisfactory and quashed by the Court of Appeal on the 14th of March 1991. 6 men were later awarded financial compensation ranging from 800 grand to 1.2 million pound. Hardly makes up for 20 odd years in the clink, does it? So, absolutely correct, Steve Wall of The Stunning there. If any of them die, Starmer is absolutely cooked and his entire government. I mean, they're already cooked, but it's going to be a further nail in the coffin, isn't it? Yes, it is aggravated trespassing criminal damage, not terrorism, correct. Absolutely. Never mind that Sir Keith cannot outlaw an entire organization on his own instantly. That's more illegal than the arrests. Well, that's not what happened. Yvette Cooper, prescribed them with a vote in Parliament earlier this year. So, unfortunately, she did follow parliamentary procedure, but it was absolutely biased because she included the prescription of Palestine Action in with the prescription of maniac murder cult and a neo-Nazi group that I can't remember the name of. Anyway. There has been some other support. Nicola Sturgeon signs motion in solidarity with Palestine Action hunger strikers. This is from STV News. Former First Ministers Nicola Sturgeon and Humza Yousaf have signed a Scottish Parliament motion in solidarity with hunger strikers on remand for offences related to Palestine Action. 7 prisoners across the UK. Yep, this is the basic info. And this was 3 days ago. So at this point, some of them hadn't eaten for 39 days. Scottish Green Scottish Green MSP Maggie Chapman has called on the Scottish Parliament to share her call for justice for the activists who have reportedly been on hunger strike while awaiting trial. The motion says it's understood that 6 of the activists have been on hunger strike for up to more than 1 month since being denied bail for alleged involvement in raids on Israel's largest weapons company and RAF Prize Norton. Any new information in this? I'm interested in learning more about this motion. Chapman's motion, submitted on Thursday, asks MSPs to express deep concern for the well-being of the 7 prisoners and share the reported concerns of doctors who have warned of a lack of appropriate care for people who are on hunger strike. Signed by 16 MSPs. That's not enough. Current Scottish Greens co-leader Ross Greer and former co-leader Patrick Harvey have also signed the motion. In total, 4 Scottish Green MSPs and 7 SNP MSPs and 3 Scottish Labour MSPs have put their names to the motion. So that was on Friday. It was on the 12th, so that's when that was. His Majesty's Prison and Probation Services assured that ministers that all cases of prisoner food refusal are being managed in accordance with the relevant policy and appropriate medical assessment and support consistent with prisoner rights. So that is a statement from the Ministry of Justice. So, of course, that's going to be bollocks, isn't it? Pathetically small, yeah. What has been happening in relation to this? Pro-Palestine activist Daub Ministry of Justice building with red paint in protest over hunger strikers. Protesters say David Lammy is ignoring warnings over deteriorating health of 8 hunger strikers awaiting trial. Pro-Palestine demonstrators have daubed the Ministry of Justice building in central London with red paint, demanding that the Justice Secretary meet 8 Palestine Action-affiliated hunger strikers. 2 protesters were arrested after Friday's action. The activists said they're demonstrating over the treatment of hunger strikers who are due to be held for more than a year before standing trial. So a lot of corroborating information here, so you know that it's true. Obviously not always the case, but it's corroborated with what we're hearing on the ground, so, you know, it's decent reporting that we're hearing. We brought them out to the Justice Secretary because he continues to ignore the friends and family, the lawyers of the hunger strikers. He ignores the fact that their lives are in imminent danger. So this is Alam when she presented the letter to David Lammy. Yeah, Val saying there's 129 MSPs in Scottish Parliament, so that's how you know it's a pathetically small amount of MSPs who've supported this motion as of the time of that article's reporting. So a trial for the Prize Norton case has been scheduled for January 2027. All 29 are accused of participating in actions that occurred before Palestine Action was prescribed. That's the key thing here. There are already domestic laws that are not related to terrorism laws, counter-terrorism laws that can be used. So there is no need for them to be on remand in this extremely punitive fashion. On Thursday, the independent MP Jeremy Corbyn called Lammy's refusal to meet outrageous. He said he'd written to the Justice Secretary on 20th of November to discuss his constituent, Amu Gibb, who's on day 41 of a hunger strike. In response to Corbyn's letter, Lammy said, "The safety of prisoners remains our paramount concern." Without bail, 2 of the hunger strikers, Hiba Muraisi and Kamran Ahmed, are due to be held on remand for 19 months before trial. 4 others, Gibb, John King, Louis Chiaramello, and Mohammed Umar Khalid, will have spent 18 months awaiting trial, while Kessa Zuhra and Tuita Hocha are expected to spend 17 months in custody before their court date. Gibb and Zuhra have been on hunger strike for 41 days, while Moresi is on day 40 with Kink. Pocha and Ahmed on days 37, 34, and 33, respectively. Chiara Mello has been striking for 19 days and Khalid for 9. 5 of the group have been taken to hospital so far, the activists have said. Scotland Yard said officers were called at 7:35 a.m. on Friday after protesters began spraying paint on front of the building. Both protesters were arrested on suspicion of criminal damage. Yeah, cool. Whatever, man. Asked if Lami's position was still to refuse a meeting, a Ministry of Justice spokesperson said, "Vandalising public property is totally unacceptable and puts unnecessary costs on the British taxpayers." I got some advice, dude. Suck out your dad. Suck out your dad. This is a video from last night. I bet you could just free people from jail if you had enough dedicated comrades. Yeah, I reckon you could. I reckon you could, Banker, yeah. I reckon that is possible. Hello, trans women. How you doing? Welcome in. Let's take a look at this video. Throughout the night, protesters flooded the streets of Piccadilly Circus in London to amplify the demands of the pro-Palestine hunger strikers. That's a decent showing, man. That's a decent showing. I think it's Piccadilly Circus. Okay, let's have a little look at this. This is from Quds News Network. This is a nurse at HMP Bronzefield, which is where our comrade Yulia was staying before she was moved to HMP Style. You don't decide to go to hospital, I do. I decide if you go, a nurse told Zuhra. A Palestine Action-affiliated detainee on hunger strike was left without timely medical care as her health rapidly deteriorated inside HMP Bronzefield, Middle East Eye reports. Again, chat, there were 2 deaths in HMP Bronzefield. One, because a trans man who was imprisoned in the wrong prison for his gender was not given his hormones and repeatedly misgendered and harassed for being trans in the prison. And the other one, I can't remember the details, but yeah, there were 2 prisoners who've died this year in HMP Bronzefield, and there are some other prisoners who died previously. It's one of the worst prisons. We read a story on stream about someone who had to give birth in prison on her own in her cell. It's really cool stuff, really normal stuff, isn't it? HMP Style, Styal. It's closer to where Yulia is from here in Manchester, but it's still quite a way out. But there's not really any other women's prisons. But Style is actually like a lot worse than Bronzefield. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. The Rikers of the UK. Oh no, there's worse ones than this. Trans women. Bronzefield just happens to be like one of the high security prisons for women in the UK. Style, the one here in Manchester that I've just mentioned there, is the other one. But I would argue that there's some worse ones. Wormwood Scrubs and Belmarsh. Sorry, not Wormwood Scrubs. Belmarsh. Yep, Belmarsh is the one. A Palestine activist, yeah, so Kessa Zuhra, who was not even for more than 41 days in protest of her detention and the prescription of Palestine action, reportedly suffered severe chest pain, dizziness, and breathing difficulties, while prison staff repeatedly refused requests to call an ambulance. Friends, family members, doctors, and MPs say Zuhra was left lying on her cell floor for hours, with calls for help ignored and medical staff failing to return despite abnormal test results. An ambulance was only called after she lost consciousness the following morning. She was later returned to prison without a diagnosis or explanation. The incident has heightened concerns over the treatment of pro-Palestine detainees in the UK, as 8 of them remain on hunger strike. MPs and activists warn that continued neglect places the strikers' lives at immediate risk, and say authorities are using medical denial as a form of repression against Palestinian solidarity. Yes, they are indeed doing that. Strangeways used to be one of the worst too. Manchester Prison now, isn't it? Yeah, they renamed it Manchester Prison, but it's never going to be not known as Strangeways because of all the horrible shit that happened there. You know? Never going to be not known as Strangeways. And horrible shit still happens there, for sure. Absolutely. It's still got the old fucking Victorian tower that was literally an imperialist monument against the working class to say, behave yourselves. Like, that's literally why that's there, you know what I mean? It's got fucking gun crenellations on it, you know? So there you go, a little excerpt there. And again, Kessa Zuhra, super young, you know. It's disgusting that any prisoners get treated the way that they do, but, yeah. I'm looking at Bronzefield and it's a fucking nightmare. It is, in fact, network, owned by a French catering company. It is a private prison. So they've outsourced it to a private company that is a catering company called Sodexo. So that's good, isn't it? That's how you know it's good. That's how you know that human rights are being adhered to. What do we got next here? There is some good news here. Richard Medhurst here talking about how his case, terrorism case, he was charged with terrorism, has been dropped. Let's take a little listen to this video. So Richard Medhurst is a journalist who was arrested for basically talking about Palestine.
Last year, I became the first journalist in Britain to be arrested for my work under the...
Sodexo, they handle my payroll. Yep. It's cool, isn't it, that when a company just gets big enough, right? It's cool that when a company just gets big enough, it starts to control loads of different things that you just wouldn't even think of. Sodexo, I know them as a food stamp card company, right? Yep, there you go. When a company gets big enough, they're doing all kinds of things, aren't they? They're doing all kinds of things. It's good, that, isn't it? Capitalism's great, isn't it? It's good stuff.
Terrorism Act, Section 12. After being investigated for over a year, the UK have now dropped the case, no charges will be filed, and I am no longer on bail.
Let's fucking go.
The UK authorities only closed it because they decided to pass the buck to Austria, where I'm facing similar persecution for my reporting. So the UK handed all their files, all their intelligence that they have on me, to the Austrians.
G4S doing prison transport, yes.
That Austria has,
as far as I know,
primacy. Basically, that's the best excuse that they could come up with to try and save face. And I'll tell you why it makes no sense. First of all, Austria can't have primacy if the UK arrested me first 5 months earlier. Second, these two cases...
Did you know that Massive Attack, who are super outspoken about human rights, and particularly Palestine, have a song called Group 4, don't they? I wonder what that's about.
Are definitely both ridiculous bullshit, but the claims are different. The UK claims that journalism is terrorism. The Austrians say journalism makes you a member of a terrorist organization. And third, under Section 12, they think they have universal jurisdiction, so they can prosecute you for saying something on the moon or in another country. But they didn't. because they have no case. There was no crime. But the fact they still went out of their way, my government went out of their way to give Austria whatever so-called files they have on me, shows you what vicious little shits they are. These cockroaches are literally blowing people up on a daily basis, and then they have the nerve to call me a terrorist because I'm sitting in a room by myself talking to a camera. I never answered a single question. I went no comment for 2 hours. I never unlocked a single device, even when they offered me journalistic privilege, which I'll explain in another video. I still turned it down to protect my sources, knowing I could face prison just for refusing to unlock my phones. I refused to cooperate with their fascist nonsense, and in the end, they still had to let me go, and they still had to drop the case. I believe the British authorities asked the Austrians to raid me and steal all of my devices precisely because they were unable to get into my graphene phone. Now that the UK has dropped the case, I really hope the Austrians will realize that they've been taken for a ride and sent on a wild goose chase with ridiculous accusations. The fact that this case has been allowed to drag on for almost a year and a half is a crime in and of itself. Keir Starmer's government still haven't addressed the fact that 2 weeks after my arrest, 2 weeks after Richard Barnard was indicted, the Israeli embassy was meeting with the Attorney General's office. Why does the Israeli embassy have access to the police force and the lawyers involved in my case and those of several other dissidents?
We know why. Come on, man. We know why. You know, this is what I was talking about before when I was saying that Israel doesn't need to do a false flag, man. It doesn't need to do a false flag. It has all this same access in Australia. None of it is different. None of it is fucking different. Any imperial core country is allowing Israel this kind of access to its infrastructure.
This is an undeniable conflict of interest. I think that Israel leaned on the UK to go after me, then the UK leaned on Austria, or Israel leaned on both of them. However you slice it, and no matter how you look at it, it's political either way. So one case is dropped, but there's still another one against me in Austria, both of them claiming that journalism is terrorism. If we truly live in a liberal democracy, then it is the journalist's job to police the police. This is why we call journalism the fourth estate. It represents the fourth branch of government that holds the other three to account, that holds power centers accountable for their actions. It is not for them to police, to school, to impede my work. Nevertheless, this news that the UK has dropped the case is still a victory. It's a partial victory. And it's not just a victory for me. This is a victory for all of us, for our freedom of speech, for our free press, for our civil liberties. Thank you to all those who are still donating. It is
pretty dope. Good for Richard. What other news have we got from the UK that is kind of tangentially related to this? On top of planning to scrap jury trials, which we covered on the stream, not last week, but the week before, the government wants to remove the absolute right of appeal against convictions in the magistrates' court. Given that they are and always have been a lottery at best and a kangaroo court at worst, this would be yet another nail in the coffin of basic and long-established rights in our criminal courts. My good friend Ed Henry explained why, and he should know after his work on the post office scandal. So this is really cool stuff, isn't it? Really, really good stuff. Nice. Very nice. The scrapping of automatic appeals in the magistrates' court's decision is profoundly dangerous. Everyone accepts that justice in the magistrates' courts can be hit and miss. So, it's good stuff. Really good stuff. Definitely not related. Oh, what's this? This is Yvette Cooper, our new foreign secretary. She was the Home Secretary. And obviously prescribed Palestine action, as I just mentioned briefly earlier. She's condemning the prosecution of Jimmy Lai. Jimmy Lai, who's that? Jimmy Lai. Who is that? My statement on the verdict today. The UK condemns the politically motivated prosecution of Jimmy Lai that has resulted in today's guilty verdict. Wow. Rejecting and condemning a politically motivated prosecution of someone. That's interesting. Jimmy Lai has been targeted by Chinese and Hong Kong. I see what's happening. Jimmy Lai has been targeted by Chinese and Hong Kong governments for peacefully exercising his right to freedom of expression. Beijing's national security law was imposed on Hong Kong to silence China's critics. The UK has repeatedly called for the national security law to be repealed and for an end to the prosecution of all individuals charged under it. We continue to call for Mr. Lai's immediate release, for all necessary treatment, and for full access to independent medical professionals. It's cool that you could just do that and then ignore all the hunger strikers, isn't it, Yvette? It's really cool that you could do that. You fucking scum. You fucking evil piece of shit scum. So there we go, chat. We've got some really good stuff going on here in the UK. Really fun, good stuff. An anti-Chinese criminal. Well, it'll probably come out in the next few days or something that he was like a fucking agent of the UK or something, or you know what I mean? Gonna be good that, innit? You know what I mean? Yeah, just throw in Taiwan as well. Throw in Taiwan. Okay. There's some interesting good stuff that I want to talk about regarding the Zionist entity. Everything is falling apart, especially for the ceasefire.
The structure to remind you of what state and ideological.
Sorry. And there have been some interesting reports and interesting interviews that have happened recently. So let's take a look at this. First of all, I want to take a look at this stuff. I think that this is really good. I think it shows that there is a broad popular support for Palestine, despite the continued denial of a genocide, the continued ongoing genocide from, and of course, oppression of people who are standing up against the genocide by governments who are complicit in participating in it. It shows that there is an overwhelming popular support for Palestine. 70% of Britons say UK should boycott Eurovision over Israel's participation. 82% of British people believe Israel should be excluded from the competition in 2026. 82%! After the European Broadcasting Union gave Israel the green light to compete. A poll has found that 7 in 10 people in Britain support a boycott of the 2026 Eurovision Song Contest over Israel's participation. The European Broadcasting Union gave Israel the green light to compete last Thursday. Ireland, Spain, Slovenia, and the Netherlands announced that they will boycott the contest after having called for Israel's exclusion over the genocide in Gaza and accusations Israel has employed unfair voting practices. The BBC Britain's public broadcaster said it supported the decision to allow Israel to complete. Why are we surprised by that? Israel has been completely... BBC has been completely captured by the Zionist entity. Not surprised by that whatsoever. But a new survey commissioned by Pablo Ohana, a senior political advisor who's worked for British ministers and in 2024 worked on Kamala Harris's unsuccessful campaign for the US presidency, has shown most of the UK public thinks differently. This is crazy. He worked on Kamala Harris's unsuccessful campaign for the US presidency, but now he's listening to the electorate of a country on Israel. That's mad, bro. That's absolutely mad. Maybe he's learned from his mistakes. 82% of British people believe Israel should be excluded from Eurovision in 2026. The poll revealed if Israel is permitted to take part, 69% believe the UK should withdraw from the contest. 3/4 of Britons also believe banning Russia from the contest, but not Israel, is inconsistent. Eurovision isn't just about songs and staging, it's about values. If Israel is permitted to compete, the people of Britain believe we should walk away. Ohana said. More likely just a stop clock. I knew that Labour losers were advising Kamala. Yeah. Despite an expected showdown at the General Assembly of the EBU on Thursday, in the end, no vote was taken on Israel's participation. That's cool, isn't it? No vote. No vote. No vote. A large majority of members agreed that there was no need for a further vote on participation and that Eurovision Song Contest should proceed as planned with the additional safeguards in place. Well, the additional safeguards. Ed Davey, the leader of the UK's third largest political party, the Liberal Democrats, criticised Ireland and the other countries that have opted to boycott Eurovision, saying that there's a ceasefire in Gaza and therefore this action is the wrong thing. Yeah, well, fuck off, Ed Davey. How about that? Davey has previously accused Israel of committing genocide in Gaza. Right, so you think that they committed a genocide, but it's fine. See, this is why the Liberal Democrats are the worst political party ever. So inconsistent. Just like whatever we think is the most popular take. What's the most popular take? And they get it wrong every time. MP Zara Sultana, key figure in the new left wing, your party has described Davey as spineless. Woodard Davey had said apartheid is awful, but banning South Africa from the Olympics? No, I don't think boycotts work. Let's just vibe through humans. Human rights abuses, spineless. Yeah, I agree. The Green Party, which has previously backed a ban on Israel's participation, said as Israel had been allowed to compete in Eurovision 2026, the UK must follow in the footsteps of Ireland, Spain, Slovenia, and the Netherlands and boycott the competition. The world's largest live music event cannot be used to whitewash Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza. Based Greens. The Conservative Party's chairman, Kevin Hollinrake, insisted Britain is a friend of Israel and should compete in the contest. Yes, of course he did. Fork found in kitchen. I like how they didn't get a statement from Labour because they knew what the answer was going to be. And Reform, right? This is another based one. Eurovision winner to return award after Israel is allowed to participate. Nemo accuses Israel of genocide in Gaza and condemns European broadcasters for allowing it to take part in 2026. That's so dope. I actually love this. I think it's really good. The Swiss winner of the 2024 Eurovision Song Contest has said they'll be returning their reward after Israel was cleared to participate in next year's event. The European Broadcasting Union, which oversees the event, yeah, we saw that. Nemo, the first non-binary singer to win the contest, said although Eurovision claimed it stood for unity, inclusion, and dignity for all, Israel's inclusion conflicts with those aims. Even though I'm immensely grateful for the community around this contest and everything the experience has taught me as a person and an artist, I feel today this trophy no longer belongs on my shelf. That's so dope. That's actually so dope. I respect that so much, man. Israel's continued participation during what the UN's Independent International Commission of Inquiries concludes to be a genocide shows a clear conflict between those ideals and the decisions made by the EBU based. That's so dope. That's so dope. A large majority of members agree that there's no need for a further vote on the participation. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. The Spanish national broadcaster, RTVE, along with broadcasters from 7 other countries, had formally requested a secret ballot at the General Assembly over whether to exclude Israel. However, the EBU denied their request. Interesting. So, you know, a large majority of members agreed there's no need for a further vote, but they denied the request for a ballot. Why would you need to deny the request for a ballot if you're so sure that everyone is going to vote to support you? Okay, man. Cool. Okay, it's good news. It's good stuff. Israel's still suffering reputation-wise worldwide. Okay, so. Originally posted December the 6th. Norway warns Gaza ceasefire cannot hold without urgent political steps. Norway's First Minister Espen Barth Eide warned that the Gaza ceasefire is very fragile and could collapse within weeks without immediate movement on the political track. We're now in a very fragile ceasefire. We can either go forward or backward. Let me see if we can get this a little bigger. Yeah, there we go. I don't think we can stay many more weeks in this situation. The alternative is back to war and descent into total anarchy. It wouldn't be anarchy, would it? Or we move forward. Eid said the Trump-backed 20-point plan lacks clear sequencing. No surprise there, making implementation easy to stall. Quote, the plan says many of the right things, but it's not very clear what happens first and what happens next. Parties can always say, I'll do my part, only when he has done his part. That's a problem. He urged that the transitional bodies, the Palestinian governance mechanism, the Board of Peace, and the International Stabilization Force be established this month. Those are the key answers. Get the sequencing right, get the institutions in place. On security arrangements, Eid said, outside militaries will not fight Hamas or impose disarmament. It is very unlikely we will get any consensus on an international force that will do the job of physically disarming Hamas against their will. Any demobilization, he argued, must be Palestinian-led and post of a political arrangement, noting that Hamas has indicated it would only move on weapons once credible institutions are in place. He stressed that the transitional bodies must be temporary and clearly lead back to Palestinian Authority government, saying that Palestinian self-determination cannot be conditioned on completing reforms. But of course, Palestinian people do not want Palestinian Authority governance. So that's also some terrible analysis from the First Minister or Financial Minister, I don't know, FM. First Minister, Financial Minister? Who is this? Sweden or Norway? Norwegians, let me know. Swedish people, let me know. I don't know what's going on in your countries. Sorry. He'd also delivered a rare rebuke of Israel's long-standing leverage over the process. We have to take away the de facto veto Israel has enjoyed for decades. They have a voice, but they cannot be the sole decider of what happens in territory they illegally occupy. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. What we're going to have a look at here. We're going to have a look at this video from Ilan Pappé. Well, it's from Voices of War. But it's Ilan Pappé on Israel collapsing from within. This was 2 weeks ago. First Minister, isn't it Foreign Minister? The Norwegian head of state is Prime Minister Jonas Store. Oh, okay. Thank you, Frazo. Thank you very much. Let's have a little listen to this.
Project is collapsing.
Those are not the words of an activist, but one of the world's most respected Israeli historians.
The isolation from the outside, the challenge of imposing a European state on the Arab world at the expense of a local indigenous Palestinian people.
In the next few minutes, you're going to hear a version of Israel's future that almost no Western government...
Chat, you could have, alongside this stream, alongside... the stream, you could have, where is it? There we go. Aww. The boy. We could have him here the whole stream. If I get another £4 donated via the tip link. Don't forget, chat, this is my job. My full-time job at the minute. It will be ideal and great. It's great that we've hit the midway goal at the midway part of the month. I do really appreciate all that. Double feature movie night. Gremlins and Planes, Trains and Automobiles this Thursday in the Discord after the Thursday stream. We're going to watch the double feature movie night there. But of course, please consider paying me for the job that I am doing. If everybody in the chat donated £5, I think that there would probably be a lot of money here for me. And that's your power. There's power in numbers. Okay. Little call to action there. I've been terrible with the call to actions today, but I'm very tired, so, you know. £4 of cat treats. No, £4 for me, money. He's a very EP boy. Yeah, just look at him. He's just a squibbly wibbly. That's all he knows. He just knows how to be a squibbly wibbly. Okay, that's all you're getting for now. £4. And we'll unlock the cat cam for the rest of the stream. Which is not that long, to be fair.
But, to say out loud.
You know.
The disassociation of Jews, especially young Jews, from the idea of Zionism in Israel. Israel is losing its...
There we go. Johnny?
I have considered the boy.
Thank you.
Wish to see him.
Thank you very much for considering the boy. and wishing to see him. Just as you did it, he just changed, and that's how you know that he knows, and he's very, very thankful that you've done that. Aww. He was like, I was hiding my head, and now I'm not, because Johnny donated £4. There you go. That's how you know he loves you. Yes. Right there. Oh, big yawn! There he is.
Allies. And now it's very clear that the civil society regards Israel as a pariah state. To keep the people that you need to maintain a state in a war economy, isolation, a pariah state, where the Jews in the world do not support you, would be very, very difficult in the future.
Squibbly wibbly.
Welcome back to the Voices of War. My guest today is Professor Ilan Pappé, one of the most prominent and provocative historians of the modern Middle East. He is the director of the European Centre for Palestinian Studies at the
Slow
University of
blinking, and that
Exeter.
means that he loves you, yeah.
His groundbreaking work on the
Oh, he's having a
Israeli-Palestinian
scratch!
conflict, including his books, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine and Lobbying for Zionism. His latest book, Israel on the Brink, offers a sobering
He's looking at
diagnosis
me.
of what he sees as 7 internal cracks threatening the future of the Israeli state, while also tracing the deeper historical, ideological, and geopolitical forces that have shaped its path. Ilan, thank you very much for joining me on the Voices of War.
It's a great pleasure to be on the Voice of War in the program. Thank you very much for having me. Great.
He is putting on a show,
It's been
yeah.
a long time coming, so I'm very grateful that we finally be able to lock it in. I do know our time is quite limited, but before we get to the I guess intricate details of Israel-Palestine, I'd like to ask what motivated you to commit much of your professional career to this particular problem set.
Yeah, well, the fact that I was born there is an important factor, and the second one is my love for history from a very early stage in my life. So this combination of being interested in history and being interested in the history of the place you were born led me to this trajectory that eventually, when I became more of a professional historian, kind of confronted me with facts and evidence that stood in
He really is showing off now.
to everything that I was.
He really is showing off. What do you think you're doing, Squibbly Meebles? He's actually trying to get my attention. He's like poking out and looking at me. Do you know I'm talking to you? Is that what it is? Can you just tell? Yeah, you could just tell, can't you? Yeah. Well, he's not exactly making biscuits. He's doing his nails. He's scratching his nails, and they do that when they are like excited to see you, or like or they're like happy to see you, or happy to, I don't know. But also, his nails are really long at the minute, and I've got to trim him. So there's going to be that too. He's probably like struggling with them being really long.
Told and
I haven't actually clipped his nails in a while.
As a child, as a teenager, and therefore it became really a struggle for me vis-a-vis everything that happened around me, and it becomes a life mission in a way when it's so, when the confrontation is so powerful and the challenge is so formidable. You really it overtakes almost, swallows almost everything else, and it becomes really an integral part of your life.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm a child of Sarajevo, so a refugee from that war, and I can see echoes of my own life in your description. In many ways, it changes you and sets one's trajectory. Okay, maybe we can start straight away with your most recent book, Israel on the Brink. in it, you open up by saying Israel's demise is inevitable, not because you're a determinist, but because the process is already in motion. So what signs of this internal unraveling do you see most clearly?
Yeah, I think each process that I identify in the book by itself is not powerful enough either to bring a regime change or disintegration or a fall. I mean, I'm not a prophet, so I don't know exactly what will happen, but I do feel that the structure that is a state and ideological project is collapsing. One very important one is the internal implosion the implosion from within the Israeli Jewish society, and this goes to the basic one of the two basic challenges Zionism had. One, and we'll talk about it a bit later, is the challenge of imposing a European state on the Arab world at the expense of a local indigenous Palestinian people. But the other challenge, and that's what is really part of the internal implosion is all about in Israel, is the challenge of defining a religion as nationalism, defining Judaism as nationalism and not as a religion. And it took time.
Like, this is always the crazy thing, right? This is always the crazy thing. You will often hear people say, oh, well, Muslims can have a state, so why can't Jews have a state? Right? Why can there not be a Jewish state? And it's like, sure, there is the Islamic Republic of Iran. Sure, it's called the Islamic Republic of Iran. Yeah, it's got a religion in its name. The thing is that there are people with other religions who live there. And that is just a fact. Yeah. And they may not have the same access or the same, representation in that country of their religion. But you can be a Christian in Iran, you could be a Jew in Iran, right? You know? And what Zionism wants to do is it wants to have a fascist nation where, yes, key part, republic, exactly, Islamic Republic of Iran. It's not a Shah run thing like it used to be. The Shah was the monarch, right? Installed by the West. Or at least supported and controlled by the West. And now the Shah's son is, yes, it's the civil governance outside of the theocratic idea, which is what Israel wants to do. It wants to do theocracy, right? Yes, Iran big and scary, of course. What we're told to think. Iran's so big, so scary. You get shot just for saying that you don't like the Ayatollah. Right? That just happens. You might get investigated, probably. I don't know. But I don't know if you get shot. But yeah, this is the thing. Like, this is what Ilan Pape is saying. He's saying there's an attempt to make it like a theocracy. Somehow. How are we going to do this like nationalism that is Judaism? How are we going to do this? Because you can't. Like, if you study the Talmud, like, you would have to eviscerate Judaism in order to do what they're doing. And that's what they do, like, regularly, right? Regularly they eviscerate any kind of Jewish text, like the Talmud, that talks about the fact that, like, yeah, you can't force the state of Israel to happen. It has to be given by God. Like, that's what's in the scriptures, right?
And now it's very clear that this is not an intellectual debate. What does it mean to be a Jewish state? What does it mean to be a Jew in Israel? It became really a struggle for life and death between those who thought that Judaism can be equated with pluralism, liberal practices, democracy, and so on. Be that as it may, only for the Jews, not for the Palestinians. Or those who say, no, if it's a Jewish state, then it's a theocracy. Then it is a messianic state. Then it is loyal to everything that they read in the Bible, everything that they read in the sacred writings.
Have you listened to the It Could Happen Here episode with Dana El Kurd on the Abraham Accords. Really good analysis by some smart people. Helped me crystallize a lot of the thoughts I've been having about the UAE and other geopolitical discussions. I actually feel like I want to take a listen to that because obviously I know that the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia and Egypt and also Lebanon to a degree and Jordan are all client states of empire. I know about that, but it would be good to get like just a bit more information about
books that were published after the Bible, kind of and what we call the halacha in Jewish. The halacha is like the Sharia. It's the kind of the law, the Jewish law state. And as I said, this is not academic. That means that it defines the public space. It defines the laws of the land. It also defines the attitude towards the Palestinians, and not only the Palestinians, but also to the neighboring Arab state, because this particular version that is developed and now is tearing the Jewish society apart from within is also messianic. So they believe that they have an historical opportunity to rebuild probably a kingdom that never existed. Because it's all a fable, the kingdom of Solomon and David. But they want to recreate it, and it extends even beyond Palestine. So that's one very powerful process. As I say, not by itself leading to collapse, but with the other is very powerful. And there is a dynamic here, because this is the trajectory, because this is the orientation of the Israeli Jewish society. It increases the isolation of Israel in the world. Israel is losing its traditional allies. And now it's very clear that the civil society regards Israel as a pariah state.
Hey, Zach, how's it going? Everybody go and follow Zach. Great comrade streamer from Down Under. I was watching a little bit of your stream earlier, Zach, when you had the crime pays but botany doesn't guy on.
I believe eventually affect governments and political elites, and even economically, not for moral reasons, but because it would not be a very good place to invest money. So you have the isolation from the outside. You also have a Palestinian society that, yes, right now is led by a very fragmented, disunited, and not a very capable political elite, but it's a very young society. And as I show in the book, the younger generation is far more united, assertive, knowledgeable, and I do believe it will have its say in the future, and it would not use the same kind of diplomacy and tactics as the present political elite. It would be much more devoted, I think, to liberation and decolonization, and would ask the world to support that kind of a Palestinian position. So with the other two processes I described, this may...
He's trying to get my attention, chat. That's exactly what's happening there. You can see with what just happened and the fact that he's jumping out now, he's going to meow at me. He's going to go and look at his food bowl. I was wondering what all that was about. I'm talking about the cat, by the way, who's just left. I was wondering what that was all about. And he was obviously like doing this to be like, hey, you're around, I love you, you do good things for me. And then he literally like popped his head out to look at me because that little cat tree thing, it's literally like there, like that's where it is in relation to yeah, he obviously like looked up at me to see if I was like paying attention to him, because what he does is he'll meow and then I'll go, what do you want? And then he'll walk in the direction of the thing that he wants, which is normally food or the cupboard where his toys are. So I think it's definitely food today.
Be more possible
at this point.
More possible now to enlist the world, let's say the world's support for the idea of a one state or the decolonized Palestine. But if the two other processes that I'm describing would indeed develop, then it is possible.
He is a little baby
this also
man.
Goes along with a very deep economic crisis.
Ebony's the same.
Now preparing itself for decades of war economy. War economies can survive 3, 4, 5 years. They cannot survive a decade. So I foresee a very deep economic crisis as well that would depend very much on the American taxpayer. And I don't think either Republicans or Democrats in the distant future would continue to be so generous with the money of the American taxpayer. And to that, I would add, and with this I would finish, and
he's back.
Just to give
he's a little stuck,
of a display here, the disassociation of Jews, especially young Jews, from the idea of Zionism in Israel. Israel is losing the younger Jewish generation, especially in the United States. And without that kind of support, you...
How are we supposed to have this serious conversation about Ilan Pappé talking about the fucking downfall of Israel when we got this little snoobert goobert over here looking like that? He's looking like that and being like this. He's like, yes, I'm the governor. I'm in charge. With his little fucking arms folded like that. He's so funny. What?
Remain depending on material.
He just winked. He knows. He just knows.
And not.
Can we have a link to the video? Yeah. If people are getting like distracted by the cat, you can get the video in the chat right now. Yeah, he's like, I'm the streamer now.
Interest.
I'm streaming now.
How long can a regime rely only on material, economic, and military interest to sustain a state for a very long time? It's not a matter that the state disappears. States don't disappear, but to keep the people that you need to maintain a state in a war.
He does know he's the most desired content.
A state where the Jews in the world do not support you would be very, very difficult in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to pivot back to that first point, and that's the internal fractures that you've described inside Israel itself. I mean, what we see in the West, and you know this far better than I do, is that we get the impression that the society is cohesive as a whole, and it's popular support for the Gaza war in particular, and also for what's happening in the West Bank. And you also draw the distinction in the book between the state of Judea and the state of Israel. So can you just give us a little bit more insight into what you mean by this internal fracture and how much that actually has, how much of a chance that actually have, to bring about some change in the Israeli government?
Yeah, so we have to look at it the other way around in a way. The idea in Israel was that whatever are the internal dissent or disagreements, there's a common enemy. And
thank you, the blue fella redeemed.
The common enemy. All the disagreements are forgotten and we're all united. Now, this may be true for the short wars that Israel had, 6 days war, 3 weeks war in 1973. No, this cannot, when we see it's happening, folding in front of our eyes, this kind of unity cannot be held for 2 years. So, to begin with, yes, there was a total support for everyone in the Jewish society for the Israeli military operation in the Gaza Strip as a reaction to the 7th of October 2023 Hamas attack. But then all the dissent and conflict, the internal conflict that preceded the 7th of October, by which you had two entities, and I will describe them in a minute, fighting for the whole, everything that a state can offer in terms of institutions and powers, that internal conflict reappeared about 6 or 7 months into the war. So for half a year, you had a sense of a cohesion. And it affected, the dissent affected every aspect. Maybe this is not reported enough in the world, but even on the issue of the hostages, a certain camp, which I call the state of Judea, and I'll explain in a minute what I mean by that, the state of Judea was not that concerned about the fate of the hostages because they belong to the other camp, to the liberal, secular camp. So they showed no much compassion for them.
Interesting.
And
these are people from the kibbutzim, etc., right?
Yeah, exactly. People also gathered to be the left of Israel. They're the ones who mostly were either killed or...
And so again, like, chat, this is something that I've spoken about before, and it's not something that I hear people reporting on too much unless they're actually from Palestine. But what would happen is, and again, important to remember, this is the majority of the hostages. The majority of the hostages were politically aligned with the Liberal Party, right? Or they were liberal, or they had left-wing ideas. Now, that sounds a little bizarre, doesn't it? Why would they all have this, like, cohesive idea? Why would they all have, like, a cohesive ideology, right? And of course, it's not as simple as that. They wouldn't have, like, a cohesive ideology on every single subject, right? But generally speaking, what happens is, if people are looking for housing in Israel, and of course they have all kinds of like perverted versions of social housing and perverted versions of, you know, because like kibbutzes, for example, are often like, where if I were to, when I described an anarchist society, an anarcho-communist society to my Zionist stepdad, he said, "Oh, like a kibbutz." And I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And he goes, "A kibbutz is when they do that. Like, everyone just, like, mucks in, and, like, you just distribute food for each other and all that, and that's what we do with the kibbutzes and all that. But it never works out because people want bigger houses and blah, 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 and stuff like this and argue for better things." And I remember thinking, like, you're talking about settling, you're talking about, like, a fucking settlement. Like, that's what you're talking about. Like, a kibbutz is just a settlement. It's like a commune, but a settlement. And kibbutzes are all around the Gaza border. It's a frontier pushing the settlements forward, right? They house almost exclusively people who are less extreme in their Zionism in those places. They say, "You're a dirty fucking smelly hippie. You want to go and live next to the Arabs, so go live there. Oh, if you get killed by a terrorist attack, then that's your fault for loving the Arabs so much." It's a literal thing that they do in Israel. It's fucking cracked. It's absolutely cracked.
Or abducted.
And don't get me wrong, there's going to be like hardline psycho-Zionists who live in these places. But mostly speaking, it will be people who are liberals.
And they were attacked. The families were attacked as traitors and as undermining the military effort. So the cohesion isn't there anymore. It wasn't there. The war or the genocide or the operation, call it what you want, cannot gloss over the kind of division that occurred, I would say, at the beginning of this century, between what I call the state of Judea, that is a group, an ideological movement that grew in the Jewish settlements in the West Bank and gained more and more support among the
state of Judea, referring to Judea and Samaria
society, mainly people,
which is the Israel erasure names for the West Bank. Areas in the West Bank.
Originally from North African Jewish origin, and from Orthodox and traditional Jewish people, creating this vision of a state that is run by religious law, that does not need democracy, nor does it have any inhibitions in dealing with the Palestinians and even with the Arab neighbors, recreating this ancient kingdom that everybody would respect and fear, not only in Palestine, but all over the Arab world. And luckily, there are these populist allies like Trump, populist fascist leaders in Europe, Modi in India, and so on. So they didn't even feel that they were isolated internationally, not to mention that some of the Arab rulers were very willing to go along with this kind of a vision of a future. The state of Israel is the old state, the one that tried unsuccessfully, one should say, but at least tried to reconcile universal values as democracy, socialism, and liberalism with the idea of a racist ethnic state. They didn't succeed, but at least they attempted. And they created at least a democracy for the Jews in Israel, if not for the Palestinians in it. And they were already losing the battle before the 7th of October 2023. And the events of the 7th of October and after that do not help the chances of success. In fact, it led to a huge immigration. We don't know the numbers, but hundreds of thousands of what I call the State of Israel residents, if you want, left with their money because they have dual nationality, because they have jobs that they can ignite elsewhere. So all of it creates not only a kind of a cold civil war, it creates a vacuum in the elite. And in fact, the only bastion remaining that the state of Judea hasn't taken over is the judicial system. But
I don't know if you could apply Bernie Sanders' opinion of Israel, because he's not a so-called Israeli, is he? He's just an American Jew who is a liberal Zionist and probably wants there to he probably wants there to be a state called Israel that has equal rights and democracy for Palestinians, but he also probably has some terrible propagandized thoughts that, like, there's a secret sect of Palestinians that just want to murder Jews. Because it took him such a long time to figure out that, like, you know, there was a genocide. Well, to agree that there was a genocide. He knew that there was a genocide happening, but he wouldn't call it that. You know, it took him such a long time to say that. The people who think Israel could be the socialist utopia. Well, I think that we have to understand that Ilan Pape here, referring to it as this socialist utopia, you have to understand it is only a Nazi utopia. It is not socialist. Because, yes, while there are things like, as he was saying, you know, democracy, but only for Jews, and social housing, social health care, all this kind of stuff, guaranteed benefits, all this kind of business. It's sort of based on the Nazi idea of socialism, which is national socialism, which is nationalist socialism, which is fascism. It's white supremacist in its nature entirely, right? And it isn't socialism, because there is an incredible amount, and there's nowhere near it's going to come close to socialism. The only reason that Ilan Pape is referring to it as a socialist idea is because it has these, like, basic social democratic social safety net systems, right? That's all it is. That's all it is. There was no actual socialist intent from Theodor Herzl or Max Nordau. They were like, we should just have a kingdom in somewhere, right? It wasn't even Palestine to begin with. We should just have a kingdom somewhere, a country, a homeland for Jewish people, but we'll have to do a little bit of colonialism because that's just what everybody's doing. You know what I mean?
Doing their best now to complete the mission there as well.
Which is why we saw protests over the past several, certainly even before October 7th, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the kind of secular state of Israel, so to speak, realized that this is the last battle. I mean, if they take over the judicial system, not much is left for the others.
How did Israel get to this point? I mean, we often hear it described as the most far-right government. Of course, Netanyahu's been around for, 3 decades in one form or another. How did Israel...
I'm going to let this run, chat. I'm just going to run to the toilet.
Well, I think the problem was that what the old Israel offered was impossible. You cannot square the circle. You cannot really create a state that is both Jewish and democratic. Because the only definition that they had of Judaism was an ethnic definition, which meant that the ethnicity of the state did not respect or did not represent, first of all, 20% of the people who were not Jewish. Secondly, did not represent the millions of people that Israel kicked out of Palestine in 1948, and did not resolve the issue that was at the very heart of Zionism, namely the imposition of a European Jewish state on the heart of the Arab world at the expense of the Palestinians. So all these attempts, eventually by the Israeli Jewish electorate was seen as not leading to any kind of resolution. Israel needed to continue and police by force millions of Palestinians, a situation that not so dramatically as it happened in the last 2 years, but incrementally eroded the legitimacy of the state, eroded the support among Jews and others to the idea of Israel. The international community began to pay attention in the 1990s and ever since then to the constant violation of human rights and civil rights by Israel. So there was no dividends from this game. And I think there was an exhaustion in the Jewish society. You cheat yourself, you cheat the world, and eventually it doesn't really work. So I think that's one major reason for that. The second reason is, of course, the cycle of violence, because once you violently invade the country and there is a reaction,
No Worries Network.
It's not always non-violent. It's violent as well. And this cycle that once the resistance to your wish to dispossess the people is an armed struggle or a guerrilla warfare.
I mean, to be fair, it is basically the end of the stream anyway. And I should have ended it 18 minutes ago. But there you go. That's how it goes. Chat, we'll resume this tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be some more news that we could cover tomorrow as well. So join me for that. Also, I'll be back. Don't you worry. I will be back and we will be covering all kinds of business. All kinds of stuff. Now, the question remains, who am I going to raid? We are going to raid. My gosh. Who do we raid? Who do we raid? Who do we raid? Who do we raid? We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Ray. He is currently looking at... What's he looking at? Looks like a video essay of some sorts. The volume is completely broken for me on Ray's stream. I can't... Oh, I just changed it. I can't see his title. Why can't I see his title? What's going on? There's something so weird going on with Twitch today. I don't know what it is. Anyway, chat, we're gonna go raid Ray K. Palestinian streamer, does a lot of translations from Arabic and Hebrew. Gonna go and show him some love. Join me for the raid. Thank you so much for all the support tonight, chat. Thank you for getting us to halfway to the dono goal. Appreciate that. Don't forget, movie night unlocked for Thursday, this Thursday, in the Discord. What else? What else? Thank you for all the subs today. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. I've had 2 raids today. Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Kairos, for the raid. Yeah, thank you just for being here. If you're a lurker, thank you. You are the backbone of my stream and also Twitch. VOD watchers, I look forward to reading your comments in the comments section. And yeah, check out my socials, check out my YouTube channel, check out my Patreon, my 2 YouTube channels, and I'll be back tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Mwah. Good night, good night, good night.